Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, there we go. What's going on, gang? Hello, greetings. Friends and neighbors and countrymen, Mr. and Mrs. America, welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hoods.
Mary Santora is here too.
Yo.
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
If you would like to join us, please do. We would love to have you. If you want to call live, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, 35192. Send me a text. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com. You can listen on that iHeartRadio app, too. I'll have a lot of things to do. I'm trying to squeeze a lot into the next few days. We have a lot of very funny people who are going to join us over the next few days. We've got this Taylor Swift thing that I have moved to Friday, for those of you who've been hitting me up. I have one pair of Taylor Swift tickets for Saturday night's show at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. And Friday afternoon on this show, I'm inviting any dads who want to show up in their best Taylor Swift getup in order to win a pair of tickets and thereby be Father of the Year. Now, I would also like you to consider this for people who have been hitting me up about this, is that these Taylor Swift tickets, and you've heard the stories, you've heard about people who have come from hundreds of miles away to see Taylor Swift because she's only doing, what did you say, a dozen cities? Somebody say that yesterday on the show, that she's only doing, this is not like a wide-ranging U.S. tour. That's my understanding.
Yeah, they're just stadiums.
So you could be a dad who wins these tickets from us on Friday. By the way, my daughter is going to be the judge.
I love that. Your older daughter coming down from Michigan, she's probably right in that Q zone for Taylor Swift fans, so that makes a lot of sense.
My second grader will be the judge, not my older daughter, my younger daughter. Well, because I was lying awake last night, I will fall asleep. I don't peel back the curtain too often, but here I'll do it. I will fall asleep like that. I'm like a 90-year-old man. If I sit still for too long, I will fall asleep. But I don't stay asleep, so invariably I will wake up in the middle of the night.
Sleep apnea?
I don't have that.
Probably sleep apnea.
Don't have that. And then I start thinking about things, and I'll start writing some things for the show and sending myself notes and blah, blah, blah. And then last night, I was going over and over in my head. I was trying to streamline this Taylor Swift thing because it's every likelihood that it'll be a mob out there on Friday afternoon. And so I was like, I need to find a way to recuse myself from having to be the final arbiter of who the winner of this one pair of tickets is. Well, it just so happened that over the weekend, we were coming back from seeing my family in Chicago. And Gwen said, would you mind if Nora and I came in on Friday? Because I think that would be fun to watch. And I said, absolutely. And then I thought, my daughter's going to judge. Because that way it recuses us from telling somebody, you won, you lost, whatever. So I'll let her pick. What are you going to get mad at a 7-year-old?
Yeah, the Swifties will. The Swifties will get mad at a 7-year-old.
Well, that's on them.
They are.
That's their problem.
Yeah.
So we'll do that on Friday afternoon. And again, it is one pair
show
of...
up to her swim classes and start heckling her.
Yeah,
It's
big time.
I should have won you, Lil.
This poor kid, by the way. It hasn't rained in 2 goddamn weeks. And then she has nature camp all this week, and it's pouring outside. Dropping her off in the morning in her raincoat.
It's part of nature.
It is part of nature. Rain is very much part of nature. And so what are you going to do? But that's how we're going to do it on Friday. But between then and now, our buddy Don Jameson is going to be on the show tomorrow. Colin Quinn is going to be in here on Thursday. I think I'm going to have Pete Holmes on the phone on Friday. Be talking to Caliendo in the interim. So excited for the rest of the week. But that Taylor Swift thing, for people who have been hitting me up, it is going to be 1 pair of tickets. And again, do not misunderstand me. These are terrible tickets. But you'll be at the show. And that seems to be all anybody cares about. So this all kind of started because I was hearing from a lot of guys. And subsequently, I'm hearing from women who are now trying to get their husbands to come and do this. But I digress. What I wanted to tell you is, let's say you're a dad who wins. Don't divest yourself of the notion that you could turn around and sell these tickets. I mean, what would you get on the secondary market for a pair of Taylor Swift tickets? Easily get a few grand. Easily.
Not day before in nosebleeds.
At any point.
Especially day before.
Any row at any point.
You think?
Absolutely. Yes. Last minute, I'm hearing from people who are hitting me up who listen in Pennsylvania and New York who have hotel rooms in the greater Pittsburgh area and no tickets. So they're hoping for a last minute call from the governor or something asking me what to do. I said, well, you got to be at this window. So if you've got a hotel room, up in the North Hills of Pittsburgh.
All right, yeah. The tickets in the 500 section, which I imagine is where these ones we're giving away are going for $1,300 each.
A piece.
Each.
So you could easily say you're the dad who wins.
Who wants to see?
What's that?
Who wants to see? I just don't understand. I just don't get it. There's not even Michael Jackson, not Whitney Houston would I pay that. I'd go for free. I wouldn't pay. Like I can't wrap my mind around that. Maybe it's because I'm poor, but I just can't pay that much for tickets.
Yeah.
I just can't.
First of all,
the last pair of tickets that sold 44 minutes ago for $1,282 each.
Because
can I compete in this contest?
Again, I'm not. I am not well versed at all in the Taylor Swift discography. Although I heard a great song, and I think it's a song that's kind of blowing up. That song that she does with The National. Are you familiar with The National? They've been around a long time. They're kind of like sad dad rock. They're out of Cincinnati, but I think they long ago decamped to New York. But The National are kind of like they're not a cult band, but it's a very specific kind of like dad indie rock. Very good songwriters. Very reticent to perform in a lot of ways, whatever. They did a song with Taylor Swift called The Alcott. And it's a great song. And so I think that's probably blown up their profile to some people who weren't aware of them. And it's a collaboration on her part with probably an unlikely band, I guess. I don't know who approached who. Maybe she's a big fan of them. Either way, who cares? I'm not all that familiar with her discography. No, a couple of songs here and there. But I don't have to be. As I understand it, there's a ton of costume changes. I mean, by this time, if you're a fan, you know chapter and verse what this tour is. The Erase Tour, I believe is what it's called. And to drive the point home, she's erased the last E on that word.
And she has erased many people's savings from their bank accounts.
My girlfriend went in Detroit, and I saw it because she was in Detroit this past weekend, Friday or Saturday.
Yeah.
And she had floor seats. I didn't ask, but I really wanted to know. She had floor seats for that show, and I was like,
$6,000.
Probably, but I don't even know.
She probably banged someone to get those tickets.
Well, she's married with 2 kids.
Is that what she did, Cody? She banged someone
yes.
for floor tickets.
A promoter or something. Yeah.
Right. Sure. Well, listen, the lengths to which people will go either for themselves or their kids. You know, again, I'm the reason because Father's Day is Sunday, and so I was hearing from dads, and so that's what kind of formed this germ of an idea with the dads dressing up. It doesn't have to be for your kids. You could say, man, would you rather go to Taylor's? Of course, if you asked your daughter, would you rather go to Taylor Swift or would you rather me sell these, take the $4,000, and then we go have some fun out of town somewhere? I don't know what the hell, but we're going to do that on Friday afternoon. And I'm hoping it'll be a lot of fun. Again, there are no stakes in this for me. I want you guys to have fun. And one person will walk away with a pair of tickets for Saturday night in Pittsburgh on the Eras Tour, replete with costume changes and probably just, when Taylor Swift speaks to the Swifties in the crowd, it's like honey dropping from her mouth. There's nothing she could say. She could be in a situation like Travis Scott where people were getting trampled and killed at the show, and they would just go, oh, that's what you get, man. You take your money and you...
Die doing what you
pays
love.
Your money and you takes your chances. But I will not put up with any kind of shenanigans outside my window here at 668 Euclid. Know that.
Am I going to be outside?
You are going to be outside with a wireless mic.
Oh,
you're not going to put Nora outside with the mic?
Put her outside. Sacrifice her.
She will be in here. That is my child, Poundcake. I don't care what happens to you.
No,
it is my job to protect her.
Nora, I have a glittery mic. I'll bedazzle it.
I told her it's going to be like you're at the aquarium. She and Gwen went to the aquarium last week or something, and I was like, wow, that's still a place? I said, it'll be just like being back at the aquarium.
What time are we kicking that off?
I told people I'm going to do it around 3:30, so I told people to be here by then. So
we might get a lot. Might be doing
I'm
it all
sure we
afternoon.
will. I'm not going to do it all afternoon. I will also say that. I'm not turning this, because for the people who are just listening, it's going to bore the piss out of them. We'll have it on camera, and you'll be able to watch a live stream. But I'm not turning Friday's show into the Taylor Swift contest show. At most, I want to be done in an hour. 2 segments max. So we'll see what we have. But for people who are asking me for details and information, that's it in a nutshell for Friday afternoon.
Hype is a wild thing.
And may the odds be ever in your favor. What's that?
Just like, because a lot of people are paying these prices because they have FOMO. They're like, oh, I don't want to miss this. I need to be there. And so they are just paying these exorbitant prices.
Yeah, but I think it's
just,
because this seems like
a
a situation where the hype is 100% real. So I'm not.
Everyone is saying how amazing the show is.
Right. Listen,
like between the backup dancers and the stage.
I'm not saying it, but like as someone that isn't into her, I don't have that. I can't get into that. But I still can't believe that being in the 500 section is worth $1,000.
That's crazy.
That's.
You guys gave me so much crap when I paid $500 for John Mayer 4th row.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that either. I wouldn't pay the most I ever paid for a ticket was the guys that got political all of a sudden. Rage Against the Machine.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, out of nowhere they just and I paid like $250 for that, and I was like, okay, that's as much as I'll probably ever pay.
That's the most you spent.
But also, I like bands that you can get in
$8.
day of for
You bring a canned good and they let you in.
Yeah, it's like going to Cedar Point with the Pepsi can.
Right.
I paid like $60 for Usher. I paid like $60 for Gavin DeGraw, and I think those were the only concerts that I paid for. Everything else I think was free. Justin Bieber I went for free. Ariana Grande I went for free. Celine Dion I went for free. Like. I can't do it.
Well, a lot of people can, and they should, because it's their money, and I want people to have a good time. So
of course.
Somebody will have that good time.
I would just be like, I need to be
courtesy of the Alan Cox Show. No matter who comes down here and is filming, just make sure you're tagging this show in your posts. And we'll have fun on Friday. I've got to take a break. I'm way late here. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our
is back with Season 3, The Dark Prince. An evil undercurrent runs through the surf world, and it all goes back to Mickey.
He's not only the most idolized of the bad boys, he's also the most bad guys of the bad guys.
Listen to Lost Hills on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Fun fact, celebrity deaths, like testicles, sometimes come in threes. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
So many celebrity deaths. Some expected, some unexpected. Hey, the Guardians are in San Diego for the next few nights, taking on the Padres, who are in exactly the same spot in the win-loss column as the Cleveland Guardians. Both teams are 31 and 34. First of three in that series is tonight. It's a late one, West Coast time, 9:40 here in Cleveland on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you want to listen there, so 9:10 is when that pregame coverage will begin. Actor Treat Williams died. You know who Treat Williams is? This is another one of these guys that was good in everything he was in. He was on his motorcycle and he got T-boned by a car that didn't see him, and he died. He was 71. He was on a show called Everwood that a lot of people watched.
I don't know that I've ever seen this guy.
Really? God, he was... purely coincidentally.
You know what? I have seen The Deep End of the Ocean. Isn't that like her kid died or something?
Maybe.
It's my mom made me watch this when I was a little kid. I'm almost
a movie
positive,
about a kid dying your mom made you watch?
Yeah, I'm almost positive.
The Deep End of the Ocean.
Oh, no, that's what it is. Her husband of 13 years
Beyond
dies.
the Ocean?
No. The Deep End of the Ocean with Michelle Pfeiffer. Her husband dies and she has to raise her kids by herself.
Oh, Deep End of the Ocean. There it is.
And
okay.
I think my mom felt like that after my dad left.
I see.
Who was like, hey, this is what it's like.
Honey, I look exactly like Michelle Pfeiffer.
Obviously.
And your dad looks exactly like Treat Williams.
I remember this.
And you look exactly like whoever the young female lead is.
Whoopi Goldberg.
Whoopi Goldberg. You look exactly like Whoopi Goldberg. No, Treat Williams. And I mean, he 71. He was on a motorcycle. I guess he was making a left and a car didn't see him and hit him. Cut him off. And if you've ever seen Treat Williams in a movie, he's just great in everything, no matter what he plays. He was the bad guy in the Phantom movie back in the day with Billy Zane. He was in this great, cheesy zombie buddy cop movie called Dead Heat with Joe Piscopo in the 80s. He played D.B. Cooper, but I purely coincidentally just rewatched this movie called Prince of the City, which is like a Serpico type of movie about a corrupt cop who blows the whistle. Same director, same guy did Serpico, did Prince of the City. But Treat Williams, just fantastic. He was uncredited in The Empire Strikes Back. But he was in Deep Rising, which is one of those great, in the mid-'80s, if you were alive then, every studio did their version of an underwater creature. So there was like Deep Star 6, and there was Leviathan, and Deep Rising with Treat Williams. But he was in Things to Do in Denver When You're Dead. He did a ton of television, just great in everything. So that's a real bummer. Treat Williams, that was his middle name. I don't know if it was like his mom's maiden name or something, but a great name. You're trying to distinguish yourself as a young actor, and if your name is George Williams or whatever his first name is, you ain't gonna do it. But he first starred in the film version of Hair, which was the Broadway musical back in the day when everybody gets naked. But Prince of the City is a great early 80s cop movie. And you'd see him on TV shows. He was on Blue Bloods. He played Mike Ovitz in the Late Shift movie back in the early 90s about the Leno-Letterman late-night fights. And he did like Hallmark Christmas movies and Dolly Parton's Netflix show. He just was always working and always great. But hit on his motorcycle by a car that wasn't paying attention. He was Critical Bill in the movie Things to Do in Denver When You're Dead, if you recall that movie. And, of course, The Deep End of the Ocean with Michelle Pfeiffer and Whoopi Goldberg. And then a little closer to home, because this was a guy I knew. Stan Savran has died. You might not know him, even though he was a son of Cleveland, Ohio. He was born and raised here, but he was the godfather of sports broadcasting in Pittsburgh. City of Pittsburgh is in mourning today because Stan Savran died. He was 76. He was diagnosed with lung cancer last year. He lost a leg to diabetes, and he died yesterday. When I first got to Pittsburgh, he was doing a lot of work for our sister station. I was on a station called The X. He was at WDVE and also did a lot of stuff for our AM Fox Sports station. But he couldn't be nicer. I was brand new in the market. Nobody knew who I was. I was trying to make a lot of noise to get some attention, and he was always right next door at DVE because they're just a monster at DVE. They run the Steelers and all kinds of stuff. And he was like the godfather of Pittsburgh sportscasting. He had the longest running sports talk show in the history of that city called Sports Beat. And he couldn't have been nicer. At a time when nobody knew or cared who the hell I was, he was just a mensch. And was hoping to get past all this stuff. He had been making plans to go to Italy with some friends next year, but it was not going to happen. So Stan Savran, dead at 76, but again, grew up here. He was a bat boy for the Cleveland Indians before he went to Miami University in Ohio, and then started his broadcasting career in Pittsburgh and did television and radio there for decades and was among the greats and just the nicest guy. So friends of mine who are still in local media in Pittsburgh are all crestfallen because he was just such a nice guy and very, very sad. Hey, Rube Star.
Alan, that was quite a downer. I'm sorry to hear about your loss, but I have good news. This is my 100th call to your show.
So about a week ago, I guess Poundcake. I guess Rube Star uses a different name when he calls Rover. And so I have people going, hey, did you hear Rube Star called Rover and was crapping on you for getting him arrested or put in the hospital? And I don't know what they're talking about. And I told them so. I go, I do not know what you're talking about. And they were like, oh, Rube Star called Rover's show, and all of a sudden he's talking about how he's incarcerated or something because it's Alan Cox's fault and blah, blah, blah. And you know how they love my name on the morning show. So I'm sure they were pleased as punch with that. But maybe you can tell me what the hell they were talking about.
Oh, Alan, no hard feelings. I could clear the whole thing up, no problem. You just so happened to mention several times that I was more insane than normal when I had called you last year. Well, it just so happened that
Rube Star, you called me like 2 weeks ago. 1 minute you're complaining that you're not on the Bill Squire show, and the next minute you're calling Rover and saying that I'm like a dick or something. I don't understand.
No, not at all. You got the words all wrong.
So those people, well, I didn't hear it. Oh, those people were all lying to me then, is what you're saying.
Well, it's misinformation. That's a big problem today is misinformation. What I'm trying to tell you
First of all, why do you use two different names? Rube Star, why do you use two different names?
Well, Alan, Spider is exclusive to Rover's Morning Glory. You see, I used to call as my real name Ruben, but my wife didn't like all the attention I got, so I used the name Spider.
Yeah, because you're a maniac. Well, then when you started calling my show when I came to Cleveland, why didn't you call yourself Spider?
Well, it's exclusive to Rover's Morning Glory, and I don't talk about the same subject matter.
I don't understand.
Show,
like when they have a guy, Brother 80X, who calls their show. When he calls his show, he calls himself Tony, which I assume is his real name. I met the guy in the lobby or something here. I'm like, what's with the different names? Like, I'm Alan Cox no matter what show. I mean, I'm on this show, but I mean, if I were talking to somebody else, what's with the different names?
You know, it's a strange, mysterious world we live in. I am a mystery unto myself, Alan.
I know you like to think so, Rubestar. You seem pretty transparent to me.
Yes, thank you. So, speaking of transparency, I was wondering if I could get some backstage passes to Weezer this Friday. I need a new theme song, and it would really help me out if I could just talk to Rivers Cuomo. Happy birthday, by the way, Rivers. Write a new theme song for me.
Yeah, we'll put those tickets there for you at Will Call, but we're not going to tell you which name we're using.
That's right, and it better match your ID, too.
Yep, so just head on down there. Head on down there. They'll be set up for you, and have a good time.
Bill, don't get upset because I crushed you in the ratings on my last podcast.
What ratings?
There are no podcast ratings, Rubestar.
Viewer counts. I got 157 views on episode 3.
100
okay?
and if we get 150, first of all, we're not rated on
but
views.
Again, he's talking about
157
the Bill Squire
views.
Show.
We're all out of work.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
He's talking about the Bill Squire show, but like,
hope.
but I
can't.
Ruben,
Rube,
dude, shut up. You got to let people talk. I hate him. Hang up on him.
Wait, Rubestar.
I can't stand him.
Excuse me, Rubestar. You haven't explained to me what the misinformation is with respect to you going on the morning show and call me a dick.
Nobody called you a dick, Mr. Cox.
What did you call me?
Right,
I thought I've always
I'll
been
tell you
I thought I'd always been very gregarious with you here, despite you offering nothing to the program. I thought that I've always been kind of, very very genial with you, Rubestar. I don't understand what the misinformation is.
Alan, you could go back and listen to it for yourself if you wanted to.
I
but
don't
listen,
care. I'm asking you directly.
Let's let that wash under the bridge. They wanted to know how I ended up in jail, okay? This was last year, October 18th. I got to take you back in time, okay? We got to go on a little trip to this little year I like to call 2022. Marcelo Hernandez gets a job on Saturday Night Live, and I'm
Rubestar. Hey, excuse me. I don't care. Here's what people are saying. He said you called him crazy, and that prompted his sister to call the police, leading him to be incarcerated. Is that what you said?
Yes. Well,
so your sister didn't. Your
sounded more insane.
The inclination.
Than normal.
Okay, so the inclination is what you're trying to tell the audience is that your sister had no clue you were a maniac before I mentioned it.
Yes, that is what I am implying here. Now, what name are we going to put these backstage passes under?
I'm not telling you. You just have to go down there and get them.
Yeah, you got to figure it out for yourself.
Okay, I will be there.
They're
Alan,
there.
It's all a big misunderstanding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rubestar. I appreciate it, pal.
Can we do no more Rubestar?
No, he's funny.
Is he? I don't think that's the kind of funny that I think is
well, I mean,
funny.
I make him funny, but, it's...
I think he's just annoying. And
I still didn't get any information about what was... So I said he's more insane than usual, and somewhere his sister, who's listening to this show, thank you, Sister Rubestar, is going, boy, I better call the police and some medical authorities because Alan Cox said, Ruben, buddy, everyone around you knows the state of your affairs and nothing to do with me. Maybe when you call me, don't be such a maniac.
Yeah, just because
me calling you crazy is not why the cops came to your house.
Like
guaranteed.
The weird rivalry that he thinks that I have with his YouTube videos that I'm not worried about at all. Like, it's just like, this is the Alan Cox Show. We're doing the Alan Cox Show here. The Bill Squire Show is not part of this. So like, we don't need to do that. Like, that's a fun thing. I'm not doing that to make money. It's just a fun thing. If you want to check it out, check it out. I don't care. This is where I do my thing. So he just is so aggravating. And because he also
what is his show?
I don't even know. I don't want to know. He goes on all my Facebook stuff. I think I blocked him because he just is saying all this like nonsensical stuff that nobody knows what's going on. I just find him incredibly annoying. So just a little Rubestar hiatus for say like 3 or 4 years. I think would be.
Well, I can't promise
perfect.
that. I mean,
I think it would just be.
I'll leave that up to
ideal.
if his sister felt compelled to get a welfare check on him, then I just wanted to make sure that he was okay. But when people were coming to me and going, "Hey, he called and said because you said that he," and obviously I'm being cheeky, right? I go, "Oh my God, you sound like a madman." Trust me, that's got nothing to do with why a family member is going to go, "This guy." They've grown up with you. They know what's going on. But I didn't understand that at all when people were talking to me. I go, I don't know what you're talking about. So I wasn't hip to this double name thing, whatever it is. I don't know. But I've got to take a break. Thank you, Rubestar. 35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
That was a good basketball game last night, Dieter. It was exciting down to the last minute.
Yeah, that was frantic in the fourth quarter. Back and forth, turnovers. Everybody, you can see how bad both teams are trying to win the game.
Yeah, I guess my guy Jimmy Butler, he just didn't show up.
Maybe he's not Michael Jordan's son because I think Jordan would have, showed up.
Disowned him?
Yeah.
Put him up for adoption?
Yeah, that wasn't good.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
This is Super Bowl champion Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
9 people are recovering after gunfire erupted in downtown Denver overnight as NBA title celebrating fans emptied into the streets. After taking 2 of 3 from Houston, the Guards open a 3-game set in San Diego tonight.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Hey, we're coming down to our last few Wednesdays on board the Cleveland Funny Bus. We did every Wednesday in May, every Wednesday in June, and it is a blast. If you'd like to join us tomorrow night, I will be your host. Very funny local comedians are your tour guides, and if you've joined us before, you know. If you haven't, it's a ton of fun. Start at Collision Bend Brewing. I'll be your host tomorrow night. Won a couple of passes for the Cleveland Funny Bus. I'll be caller 10 right now. Otherwise, all the details at funnybus.net for other tours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Forget the Rock Hall. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns.
Say it again. It's the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
35192. Want to text me? Want to watch live at AlanCoxShow.com? You can thank Bubby Finkelfip for helping out today back there in the video department. Bubby Finkelfip. Of the Amherst Finkelfips, if I'm not mistaken. Very prominent family out there. Well, I got Brother ADX calling me now? Was this like Rover caller day? Hello?
Hey, is this Alan?
Yes.
How the hell are you, man?
I'm good.
All right, I just wanted to let you hear my drum set, if that's cool.
Didn't I meet you in the lobby a while back, Brother ADX?
Yes, you did. I'll probably come down there and do a little performance in front of your window one of these days.
Dress up like Taylor Swift. Come down
Yeah,
Friday.
you get these Taylor Swift tickets. You can put them back on the secondary market and get yourself a few grand.
Hey, I like to do that, man. Hey, just send me an email, mastercontrol19@yahoo.com.
Yeah, I'll get right on that. Master Control. Oh, boy. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Hey, you remember Master Control from Tron? From
Sure, yeah. It was David Warner was the actor, right? The late David Warner?
Yeah.
Yeah. Boy, I love Tron.
Was actually, it was just a big glass desk, and it was a computer that had all the information, like the diameter of the universe is 76 quintillion miles in diameter.
Right.
The weight of the Earth and all that good stuff is in there.
David, devotion accuracy, the actor David Warner played Sark in Tron, not Master Control. He was the lieutenant of the MCP. Right. Boy, I want to watch Tron now. Brother ADX he's put a good idea in my head. I want to rewatch Tron with Bruce Boxleitner and Jeff Bridges. Right. Great movie.
The original. But I'll do like a 20-second drum solo for you guys real quick. You ready?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Look at that. What are you playing? VTech Kids Beats there, or what is that? Is that from the toy aisle at Target?
No, it's actually a acoustic drum set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's an 8-piece acoustic drum set.
Wow. Well, maybe there's something with the phone connection. That doesn't sound like any acoustic piece I ever heard. All right, what do you call that composition?
Well, this is it's just one of my special beats that I do. This is the kick. This is the snare. This is Tom 1.
Oh, you have electronic drums, is what you're saying.
No, it's acoustic drum set.
You have triggers?
Yeah. Do I have what?
You have triggers.
Triggers? Triggers, what's that?
Why do they sound like electronic drums?
Triggers.
Oh, you know what? I'm actually sitting in the back of my man cave. So I'm like all the way in the back behind the. I got a lot of acoustics going on in this garage back here.
You have are you a Brother ADX? Oh boy. Yeah.
This is what we invited.
Are you a married man? What do you mean you have a man cave?
Man cave because it's pool table, air hockey.
But are you a married man?
There's a punching bag in here. It's also an Aquafina machine, the kind you find in the store. We've got, we got all that stuff back here.
But are you a married man? Have you been forced into the garage?
No, sir. I own a 7-bedroom house here in the east side of Cleveland.
Wait,
7 minutes away from you guys.
Wait a second. Why do you have a 7-bedroom house? Why are you renting it out?
I do have my basement rented out as an Airbnb.
Yeah.
I've actually been in the property management business since 1989.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, good. He's a self-made man. He's an entrepreneur. Okay, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Here's Brother ADX for checking in on. Oh, good grief. This is what he was playing when he just emailed me an MP3 of. Yeah, that's pretty good, boy. You don't do it like that anymore.
I was born in Oklahoma, in the rolling Osage Hills, and I rode my pinto pony out full gallop on my thrills, and the song of joy and gladness bubbled outwards from my heart, and burst forth in merry music. That's how yodeling got its start. Baby, the yodeling cowgirl.
Shades of the Walmart Kid, right? Have you heard Phoebe White? The 13-year-old yodeling girl from London, Kentucky. She's on the country and western music charts with that song. That could have been Poundcake. That girl had a white mom, too. White parent. That could have been Cody.
Both parents were white?
No, I'm just saying that's a black girl right there, Phoebe White, and from London, Kentucky, and her mom's white, which is why she's growing up yodeling. But she is on the country and western music charts. But that could have been you, right? As a biracial kid. I don't know if she's adopted. I don't know what the thing is there. But she's a big deal right now.
That's the one thing. Maybe I'll figure it out. Maybe because I will probably see my dad this weekend. That's the one thing that I am unsure about with him. I don't know his music
Whether or not he
taste.
knows how to yodel?
No, I don't know what type of music he's into. I know what music my mom's into. I've never heard my dad say, "Oh, I love that song," or,
Maybe he's like Bill's mom, or she's just not into music.
He might not be, because for the longest time, he thought I was on another station. Like, every time he
Thought you were on the Fish.
He thought I was on the Fish. And so maybe he just doesn't listen to radio. Maybe he likes talk and politics.
Yeah, that also means that he never tuned in to listen to you.
Correct.
Yeah.
But if he didn't listen to radio, I wouldn't take it personal. That would actually save his ass a little bit.
Well, wouldn't you want him to be curious about what his son is doing on the radio?
Well, he did. And that's how he found out I was gay.
Right, but what I'm saying is, before all that, he knew you were on the radio.
Yeah, but he thought he was on the Christian station.
Right, but the only reason that he thought that
But
is
he wasn't
because...
listening to that either.
That's what I'm saying. The only reason he thought that is because he didn't tune in or go to the website or anything. If he'd gone to their website and seen Joe Cronauer, he would have been like, oh, my son's not on this radio station.
Yes, Alan, but now you see where I get it from, because
What from?
I'm going to tell you.
Oh.
I have told him many times in person after our little meetups or whatever we do, lunch or whatever, that I am on the Buzzard, WMMS. And he said, oh. He said, yeah, that's the Buzzard. That's a legendary station. I said, yes, it is. And he would walk away and say, oh, yeah, that's cool. I didn't know you were on the Buzzard. And then the next time I would meet him, he'd say, what station are you working for again? I would tell him, same time. I've been here almost 8 years. The station has not changed. I've told him the Buzzard several times, and he would always think I'm on the Fish.
Maybe
so he's like me.
Maybe he can't tell the difference between fish and birds.
I was just going to say, maybe he has short-term memory when it comes to animals.
But no, he would know what he said. Oh,
Maybe
yeah,
he
that's
thinks
MMS.
you're on the Wolf in Youngstown.
No.
Oh, okay.
He would say MMS, and he would say, oh, yeah, I know the station.
But what does a wolf sound like?
Wasn't bad.
Oh, I loved it.
I believed it.
Yeah, no. Again, that's how I know he's my father, because the little things like that, I will say something, doesn't register, and then people say something to me, it doesn't register, and I'll ask the same question again later.
So you blame that on your dad rather than you just not paying attention to people.
No, I'm not blaming it on him. I'm saying it might be something he can't help. That's why I'm not offended by him, because
Right.
I've done the same things.
Right, but that's just a matter of people not paying attention to other people.
Maybe that does maybe that runs in the family.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure that something like that's genetic. I mean, you either pay attention to what people are saying or you don't.
But I don't understand how I could say it multiple times in several different instances, and he confirmed, yeah, that's MMS, and then still asked that
I would say the same thing about you. I don't understand it either, but here we are.
That's why he's my kinfolk.
That's what I'm
He's
saying.
my dad.
That's what I'm saying. So you're chalking it up to some kind of genetic thing.
I don't know what that would be.
You said, now I know where I get it.
Yeah. But again, you don't choose your genetics, so I'm not mad at him. What are you saying?
I'm not making myself clear. You're saying that this trait that you both have, you're chalking up to the fact that because your dad doesn't listen to people, that's why you don't either?
But maybe maybe he was listening to people, but maybe he's
just not you.
Or he's forgetful. Maybe he's forgetful. I don't know.
I understand.
Yeah, I don't know. He listened to me in the moment, and then it's gone. I don't know how long it stays in there, but it's gone the next time I see him. We see each other every few months, so in that time, it's gone.
So his short-term memory with respect to you is not what it could be.
I guess so.
Yeah.
And again, I sometimes think he may not be into music because he has never asked me for concert tickets. He hasn't asked me really for anything.
Well, maybe he's doing that out of respect.
No, my family is not shy about it. My mom will be like, "Oh yeah, don't worry."
Yeah, but your mommy is not your dad.
Add it to the list.
My mom is not my dad.
I got to start my own list now? Come on.
Tell her that because she's like, I'm your mom and your dad all these years.
Oh, right. Well, in that respect, she's correct. But you understand what I'm saying. Your mom and your dad are two different people. So while she might ask you for something, maybe he doesn't.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's fair.
Or maybe he's been asking you the whole time for tickets for Christian artists and curious why you can't come through with them.
No.
Hey, I want to go see Lifehouse.
I'm just saying, knowing my father, that would be the only thing that's like the only boundary he seems to respect if that's the case. If he is not asking me for concert tickets or, freebies here and there. Because I got friends of like people I'm not even close to, like family members or friends of family members would then ask close family member and then ask me, could they get some? I'm like, I don't even know you. No.
Yeah.
I'm not using my clout for you.
Clout.
It's clout that gets him this stuff.
Well, I understand. I mean, you've got a fraught relationship with your father, so you're not trying to bend over backwards to. Even if he did ask, you probably wouldn't go out of your way.
It depends. It is at this point. It's like transactional. I'm like, okay, if I get you these tickets, I don't have to get you a Father's Day gift. I don't have to get you a birthday gift. I don't have to get you a Christmas gift. How long will that last me? This is a good 3-holiday gift.
Wow.
Is
there any chance that you can ask your dad to come to the window dressed as Taylor Swift on Friday?
If I talk to him, I'll see. But wouldn't he be disqualified because he's too close of a relation to?
Oh, You can leave us messages.
But don't tell him that. Just still get him to come down, and then
Nora just won't pick him.
Yeah, Nora will just be like, "You're disqualified."
Get out of my face, old man.
Right. I'd be like, baby, don't pick that guy. See that guy right there? Whatever you do, don't pick.
What if she doesn't like any of them?
Get it out of my face, old man.
If she doesn't like any of them?
Yeah.
Well, she's going to like one of them. I think. But we'll find out. Leave us messages on the After Hours line. It's 216-986-8903.
Alan, Trucker John, king of I-71, one and only bureau chief of I-71. I got the perfect plan B for these Taylor Swift tickets if your plan A falls through. Whoever shows up dressed like Taylor Swift, but they have to have the Baby Billy hairdo, and whoever sings Misbehaving the best wins the tickets. Done deal. Hey, I was listening to a radio show, which I listen to a lot of radio shows. Who is Petey Wheatstraw? I don't know. Figure you might know.
Petey Wheatstraw.
All right, man. From I-71, Trucker John out.
Teacher said don't, but I said it anyway.
Misbehaving.
Preacher said no, if you do, you'll
That's your baby Billy hair. You got it.
Yeah.
By the way, could there be any better Father's Day gift than the premiere
I'm so excited.
of Season 3 of The Righteous Gemstones on Max on Sunday night? Very excited for that.
I saw a little preview of Judy talking about her bush. Judy's my favorite.
I was going to say, she's really underrated on that show.
She is
I mean, as
the
a comedian
best
and an
on
actress.
that show. Like, I love I'm a huge Danny McBride fan. John Goodman is one of the all-time great actors. But Judy Gemstone is so funny.
It's not a dud in the bunch in that cast.
Right.
Petey Wheatstraw, he really took a 180 there. A lot of people are going to be too young to remember Petey Wheatstraw. That was, you remember Rudy Ray Moore? This was a comedian back in the day when they were still making party records. He had a character named Dolomite.
Oh, yeah.
Who was like a really stereotypical pimp. Petey Wheatstraw was a Rudy Ray Moore movie. He like, bitch, that kind of stuff. 1977, about how he's born in a Miami hurricane and he came out as a 6-year-old boy who attacks the doctor. He's talking and trash and... I don't know who on the radio was talking about Petey Wheatstraw for John to call in, other than me, I guess. Anyway, I don't know how many Rudy Ray Moore... Eddie Murphy played him in a Dolomite movie on Netflix a few years ago. But Rudy Ray Moore was kind of the precursor for comedians, kind of like... He was just a big influence on black comedians who came after him, kind of doing that vibe. And he was in the ICP movie. Remember Big Money Hustlers 20 years ago? ICP had a movie called Big Money Hustlers. And that was like the first time that he had played Dolomite in a long time. But he was in rap videos and things like that. But there were people who theorized that Rudy Ray Moore was a gay man. And so he did Dolomite as a way to kind of offset that. Rudy Ray Moore died in Akron, Ohio from diabetes in 2008. He was born in Fort Smith, Arkansas, but died in Akron. And then I think had moved to Milwaukee. He became a preacher. A lot of these guys that they get a little further down the line and they find the Lord. The Lord. And they rebuff everything they did before. Vanity was one of Prince's proteges back in the day, doing all the sexy moves and then they go, I rebuke you, Satan, whatever. And then they find the Lord. Or who else did that? Donna Summer, I think, before she died, wanted nothing to do with her disco past. Wanted to devote herself to the Lord. But insofar as who the hell was talking about Petey Wheatstraw, I have no idea. I do like the notion of somebody coming to the window dressed as Taylor Swift, but with the baby Billy hair. I don't mind that at all. I was reading about, I want to get her name right, over at Cleveland.com. Laura Johnston, who writes for Cleveland.com, wrote an article a couple of days ago, Why I Bought Ridiculously Expensive Taylor Swift Tickets for My 10-year-old. She went to take her daughter to Taylor Swift in Detroit and spent an insane amount of money, she said, on her tickets. And she said, in my entire 43 years, I haven't gone to that many concerts. But she surprised her 10-year-old daughter with these tickets in Detroit and spent an ungodly amount of money on them. She said that a mom and dad behind them in row 222 paid $675 apiece for Christmas present tickets for them and their 9 and 6-year-old daughters and traveled from Pittsburgh. You won't have to do that because I will give you a pair of Taylor Swift tickets on Friday afternoon here at the window. The dads who have their best Taylor get up and are prepared to sing a bit, you can get a pair for nothing. And if you turn around and resell them, that'll befront me. It's none of my business. But it could end up making you Dad of the Year for the foreseeable future on Father's Day weekend. But I'll leave that to you. Once they leave my hand, they are no longer my concern. I got a break. I'll have Alter Bridge tickets for you. Hey, I'll give you those for free, too. They're on that Pawns and Kings tour. They bring Seven Dust and Wolfie Van Halen with them. And it's going to be over, where's that, the Agora, Alter Bridge, Jacobs Pavilion. It's August the 8th. So if you want to go to that show, hook you up coming back. 35192 on a text for anything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free
Listen to Lost Hills on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to give stop away.
I want to go see Alter Bridge. They dropped a new album last fall. It's called Pawns and Kings, and they are on the Pawns and Kings tour. If you're unfamiliar with Alter Bridge, it's Creed with a different singer. Miles Kennedy fronts the band. The other guys came out of Creed. And they do a good job, boy. They bring the riffs every single time. They bring in Seven Dust and Mammoth WVH with them. It's Wolfie Van Halen's band. It's going to go down Tuesday, August 8th at Jacobs Pavilion, AXS.com. Has whatever details I might have left out. Caller 10, these tickets are yours. 2 for Alter Bridge and company. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox. He had angel hair pasta for lunch today. And it was totally worth all those bald little angels. 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians baseball tonight. They are on the West Coast. First of 3 against the Padres of San Diego. 9:40 is the first pitch tonight. 9:10 is when your pregame will begin. Hammy and Rosie and the whole Hee Haw gang. So tonight, 9:40 on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And first of 3. Guardians and Padres are currently pretty well matched. Padres are, of course, in a different situation in their division, but not really. Not too much. Both teams are 31 and 34. So, Guardians baseball late night tonight here on The Buzzard. And in June, use the promo code, what is it, Summer?
Yeah.
Summer for 20% off. Whatever you want to get over at CLE Clothing Company. Whether you want to do it online, whether you want to do it in store. Just use Summer, and they'll take 20% right off the top. If you're trying to get one of those keys that might start up the Buzzard bike, I will have today's for you because they do move around. Today's is going to be right around 5:10. We're giving away a brand new 2022 custom Harley fit for the Buzzard. Be wrapped specifically for you. And there's a shot that you can win that bike. Rover's got keys. Stansbury's got them. I have them. Different times every single day. It's courtesy of Budweiser and WMMS. So 5:10 is when I'll have the next Buzzard bike key for you. And then 5:30 is going to be the last trip to Vegas for the iHeartRadio Music Festival before those tickets go on sale tomorrow. So this will kind of be the last get your trip before everybody else gets in on it type thing. Foo Fighters, the big headliner for the festival this year. Fall Out Boy, 30 Seconds to Mars, Public Enemy, Lenny Kravitz. So 5:30, that next Vegas trip. They nailed down that new Browns logo. And everybody's got their hot takes on it. They put it out there that they were looking for artists or civilians or whatever to come up with a brand new dog logo. And an artist by the name of Houston Mark created a logo, and somebody was breaking it all down because there's all, you've seen the logo, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's all these Easter eggs in it. All these little nods to things in and around Northeast Ohio and the Browns. So there's like a mark in one of the ears that's supposed to represent Ohio. And the stripe down the forehead is supposed to represent the helmet stripe. And the part of the mouth is supposed to represent the Guardian Bridge. Okay. Boy, they really love that bridge.
I can see it.
Yeah, have you seen the breakdown of it?
No, I haven't seen the breakdown, but I'm looking at it.
Yeah, on
like
the
logo.
live stream here, they kind of break it all out for you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and you can see it when they do it. They're like, oh, the East End zone, and this is supposed to represent the football, like the part of the nose, and, you know. So this is the one that they picked. And again, if you got in early on all of the different kinds of logos that people had submitted, some of them were more cartoony than others. Some of them, had a lot of clean lines. This one's okay. It's fine. There were other ones I liked better. What does this guy get for this? Did they buy this from him?
I don't think he gets anything.
He doesn't get paid.
I don't think so. Because
they don't give him a
Pants
cut
and
of
I were
merch?
talking about this yesterday.
Pants submitted one, right?
No, because I don't think you get paid. I think it's like
For the
you
love of the
win
game?
contest and they go, hey, thanks.
Exposure.
So it's one of those things where it's like I'm sure he'll be able to use this to get
maybe,
more
like,
gigs and
tickets
stuff
or
like that.
something?
But he lives in Houston.
No, his name is
No, his
Houston.
name is Houston Mark.
No, but he is from Texas.
Or is his
He's a graphic designer. He just saw a contest and put it in there.
I see.
He doesn't have. I don't think he's like a Browns.
Or does he
fan.
just call himself Houston Mark? I thought the name was Houston Mark. Well, anyway, okay, so he doesn't live here.
As far as I know, I don't think
yeah.
he does.
Well, listen, once the call goes out to graphic designers, they probably all jumped in.
I mean,
And this guy was among them.
There are those. Yeah, he's in Denton, Texas.
Okay.
So there are plenty of people that throw their hats in, but a guy that I respect is Pants, and he's an artist, and he doesn't do stuff like this because it's they're, as far as I know, they didn't compensate him in any way.
Exposure doesn't pay the bills.
Right. So I'm sure he'll get other gigs from this, but they didn't really even mention him. Like the Browns didn't say like, hey,
Thank you to
thanks to Houston Mark. It was just like, this is our new logo. This is the one you guys voted for, which is fine. Like it's a fine logo, but I'm more annoyed by the like give him a few grand.
Well, then all the Easter
Or
eggs.
give him all these different. Give him a percentage of the sales or something. Compensate him.
Well, then all the Easter eggs in the logo make sense if it was somebody who basically looked at the Wikipedia page for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
The Guardian Bridge, the helmet, stripe, whatever. Yeah, I didn't know the specifics of how they were compensated. I thought maybe they would give them a flat fee. It's got one of the little Easter eggs in there is a guitar pick. Because, of course, why, Poundcake?
I'm so sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Why a guitar pick in the new Browns dog logo?
I don't know why.
Why would there be a guitar pick in the Cleveland Browns dog logo? What's the reason that tourists come to Cleveland, Ohio?
What's our Statue of Liberty?
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I was like, what am I missing?
What are you missing?
Yeah, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We are the birthplace of rock and roll.
No. I thought that was Detroit.
No.
There's Rock City.
Half a dozen cities lay claim to the birth of rock and roll.
Well,
Cleveland raised enough money to get the Rock Hall here, and it's political, and you can make a case for a whole bunch of cities being... There are all kinds of cities that wanted the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Well, they say we're the birthplace of rock and roll because of Alan Freed and WMMS.
Not WMMS, because the Moondog Ball is considered the first big rock concert.
And
that was Alan Freed.
Motown is more of rhythm and blues. It's more R&B, and that was Detroit. So
joke's on them because half the people going into the Rock Hall now are R&B and rap artists. So there were so many good logos that got submitted. This is a dream come true, said Houston Mark. To see my logo in an NFL stadium on people's shirts is the most incredible feeling. They had to have compensated him somehow. I mean, you're not really going to get, I don't know how much exposure you're going to get if your name isn't attached to it publicly.
Yeah, I don't. That's what. I mean, his name's mentioned in the article and stuff like that, but they didn't tag him on Twitter. I just DM'd him to see if he'll call in so we can see if he did get compensated.
So his name is Houston. He doesn't just call himself Houston Mark. His name is Houston.
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah. He's a graphic designer for a company in North Texas. So congratulations to him. Also, a little bit further east, Al Marcinek is one of our bureau chiefs. He listens to the show in Carlton, Pennsylvania, and he runs Marcinek Farms out there. I think I sent you the email, didn't I, Cody?
Yes, you did.
Mary was gone when I announced, because I didn't get to it before she left, that Terry the goat had 2 kids.
Hey, more children.
Because didn't he name one after you?
Yeah, Mare the Goat.
Mare the Goat.
Mm-hmm.
Terry the Goat, who has been picking NFL games for us the last few seasons, week to week, giving of her time and her talents, had 2 kids. And when he emailed me about a week and a half ago to give me the news of the blessed event, I was curious what the names were, and he said that he was going to name them Cody and Wilhelmina. Yes. And he said, please ask Poundcake if he wants a mug, and I will send one to him.
And I said, hells yeah.
I said, hells yeah. So Mary has a goat named after her. Poundcake has a goat named after him. And Bill Squire, Alan Cox, just watching. Just hanging out, not bothering anybody. No livestock bearing our names, but that's fine. We do it for the love of the game.
I'm fine without a goat named after me.
What?
That's the lie.
How
I want a goat. I want a little Billy goat. Come on.
I'm gonna say, how can you be fine with that?
I can't be. I tried to hide it, but I can't be. A Billy goat. Come on.
Yes. You can lie to yourself. You can't lie to us. A Billy goat, Cody and Wilhelmina. We haven't heard from Wilhelmina in months.
GameStop was just like a scapegoat, I guess.
Still one of my favorites. He sighs. Just exasperated. Alan, you were talking about how Johnny Depp was not going to return unless he got paid. Guess what? He got paid. Johnny Depp is returning to the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise on a rumored $300 million deal.
Wait, what?
So if anybody wonders...
How many films?
47 films.
That
Is
makes
that a lot
more sense.
Is that a lot? I mean, this could be like a Hollywood rag or something that's just throwing clickbait out. But if anybody had any guess whatsoever as to how pop culture would treat Johnny Depp and or Amber Heard after all that mishigas, it should come as no surprise that this is how it kind of laid out. Amber Heard finally paid Johnny Depp that $1 million that she owed him. $1 million that was worth a lot more to her than him. He said he's going to donate it to a number of charities because he doesn't really need it. But Amber Heard has moved to Spain. She's been living there for a while with her child. Is that Elon Musk's kid? Who's Amber Heard's baby daddy? It's not Elon Musk, is it?
I don't know.
And so people, who, whether or not you think that Amber Heard pooped on his pillow or whether or not you think that he was smacking her around, things were always probably going to work out for Johnny Depp. And Disney has said that there's just too much potential box office to let these movies go. Tom Cruise, who's no spring chicken, he's still cranking out those Mission Impossible and Top Gun movies. And obviously his work ethic is unparalleled. So the studios look at this and go, look, these are bankable movie stars still in an age where you're desperate. Because, the age of the movie star is largely over, in the classic sense. So if you have a Tom Cruise, if you have a Johnny Depp, people that enough people remember in that capacity, you go, make another one. I think that's probably a clickbait article. I don't think there's any way in hell they are paying him $300 million to do anything. Because they sure as hell ain't going to make 5 of these movies. I've only seen one of them. But I don't know how many there are. How many are there?
I think there's 5 now.
There's Curse of the Black Pearl, which is the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I think the second one is...
Which was the one with the squid face guy?
That's the third one. No, that's the second one.
Okay.
Why can't I think of the name of it? I know all of them. Hold on, wait.
Dead Man's Chest?
No, Dead Man's Chest is the third one, I thought. No, second one is Dead Man's Chest. Third one is At World's End.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Fourth one is Fountain of Youth.
On Stranger Tides.
On Stranger Tides, and then the fifth one's the Fountain one.
Dead Men Tell No Tales.
Which one's the Fountain one?
On Stranger Tides.
Oh, I didn't know the name of it. I haven't seen that
Jesus,
one.
they've made a lot of these.
I only saw the first 3, to be honest with you.
I only saw the first one, and I thought it stunk.
I saw them all in there.
They're good movies, I thought. The first one is fun.
The first one,
good story.
The first one rules.
Yeah.
I love the first one. The second and third one, there's diminishing returns. There's some fun moments, but it's not. I mean, like, especially in the third one, you don't even get Johnny Depp's character till like 50 minutes into the movie.
But that's the point.
I know, but I don't care about Orlando Bloom.
That's right, or Jeffrey Rush.
Right.
Yeah. Keira Knightley's cute, right? She all knows?
Yeah, she's
yeah. All right.
She's no
Penelope
Natalie Portman, but she's close.
Penelope Cruz.
Close enough.
Hey, Rob.
Yes.
Robert, hello. What's going on, Rob?
So I wanted to talk about the dog logo.
Yeah.
So I was in the contest, finished number 19. Very proud moment.
Oh, good for you.
Anyway, the winner of that contest, I think, was put up against 3 ringers, 3 professional designs. And the winner of the contest just won some tickets and like a prize package or whatnot, but then went up against 3 other logos. The one that won was actually a professional, my understanding. So I don't believe those were in the original contest.
Are you a graphic designer by trade, Rob?
I was.
Yes.
Yes, I worked for a certain greeting card company in town.
Haitian greetings? Am I pronouncing that properly?
Yeah, that's correct.
Nailed it. Yeah. Okay. And had you won, would that have been? There's no situation that precludes you from doing side work, or would you have had to have looped them in some capacity?
See, I don't know. I don't know if I didn't get to that point, so I don't know if there was a contract or whatnot. But as I said, the winner just won some tickets to a football game, and again, a signed jersey and whatnot. So I'm assuming the person who actually won the contest is going to be compensated probably quite well. I mean, with all the merchandising.
Right. Well, I'm sorry for your loss, Rob, but thank you for your contribution.
Oh, very good. Like I said, I love your show. I was listening. Like, I got to call on this one because, as I said, I think they got some good bucks for this one.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate you listening. I appreciate your contribution to the dog logo. That's DAWG, by the way. And boy, that's got to suck for the people, too, who submitted a DOG logo.
Or DOGG.
Yes. They misunderstood the assignment. And they got that, oh boy, they got that bloodless form letter back. Dear insert name here, we regret to inform you that your dog logo cannot be considered for the Cleveland Browns organization. We thank you for your blah, 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 but who cares because you didn't do what we told you to do. Next time, better luck drawing a mammal for the Miami Dolphins. I got a break. Hey, if you want to send a text, 35192. Leave messages for us if you listen on the iHeartRadio app, and we'll be back.
With a gleam in his eye.
and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Give me a guess, Poundcake. You'll never get it, but I want to know what you hear.
This is not. I'm about to piss people off. This isn't corn, is it?
Corn? Oh, my goodness.
I'm about to piss people off. What? He said I wasn't going to get it, so it was a shot in the dark. What did I have to lose?
That's right. You are correct. It is not corn.
Okay.
There's a band called The Cult.
Yeah.
Love them. Ian Astbury, one of the most underrated frontmen in rock and roll. Billy Duffy. I think John Tempesta is playing drums for them now. It was Matt Sorum back in the day, but these guys have been doing what they do for almost 40 years. They are kicking off their tour in Cleveland. And back in the day, they were the Southern Death Cult. But the Cult is one of those bands that, like, when you hear a handful of their songs, you might not even know who it is, but you go, God, that's a great song. She Sells Sanctuary is this one. Firewoman was a huge hit for them 35 years ago. Huh? She Sells Sanctuary by the seashore.
Yeah.
That's right. I love The Cult. It's just one of those bands that I think is just perennially underrated. And they're doing about a dozen U.S. dates. And they're kicking it off here in Cleveland, July 12th. They're going to play MGM Northfield Park. And they will wrap end of October. So they're doing 3 dates next month. They're doing Cleveland, Peoria, Milwaukee, and then they'll go back out in October. So if you dig The Cult, yeah, I'm going to be at that show, man. It's a school night. That's a Wednesday night.
So who are they opening for?
The Cult are not opening for anybody. I don't know.
What the hell? You're going to see the headliner?
No.
I go to see plenty of headliners. I've just been fortunate. I've taken it as fortunate there are shows where I just want to see the opener because it saves me time. But there are plenty of headliners I love to see. I don't know who's opening for them. There's a band called Cold Cave that's another great band. They're not doing the Cleveland stop. They're doing a lot of the October dates. But if you're one of our bureau chiefs, they're doing Portland and San Diego and Sacramento and Vegas. But they will kick the whole thing off here in Cleveland on July 12th. The tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. And Poundcake is correct. They are not corn. But to the untrained ear, you could be forgiven for not knowing. Alan, did you see that Pat Sajak is... I did see that. Pat Sajak is retiring from Wheel of Fortune. Does anybody watch Wheel of Fortune? Gwen and I watch Jeopardy, but does anybody here watch Wheel of Fortune?
I'll put it on. Like, if I'm scrolling around and it's on, I'll leave it on. I like Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, it's like if I'm in a hotel room.
Yeah.
I'll watch it, but like I don't watch TV very much at all anyway, especially like live TV.
Wheel of Fortune is among the most watched television shows on TV. And the word is that Ryan Seacrest will replace him. And I can't imagine, God bless Ryan Seacrest, has anybody ever benefited more from the retirement of broadcasting dinosaurs than Ryan Seacrest?
Why does he want the job?
Because did you hear what I just said? It's among the most watched. Yeah, it's super easy. You make a ton of money.
And you don't have to work that much.
Vanna White, I mean, she's probably clinching her hole thinking, oh my God, I'm finally out of a gig. And then they're like, Seacrest is coming in. And she's like, whew, Dick Clark dies. Seacrest takes over. Regis Philbin splits. Seacrest. Pat Sajak. Dunzo. Seacrest in. Pat Sajak will retire next year. He replaced a guy you might remember named Chuck Woolery. This was a guy who had a show called Love Connection back in 2 and 2. Remember Chuck Woolery?
Mm-hmm.
And Pat Sajak is very much kindred spirits with Chuck Woolery in that if you follow either of these guys on social media, they're very conservative. And over the years, this would occasionally get them into trouble. Now, granted, it's not really going to get you in trouble with the audience of your show, because I think probably the viewership of Wheel of Fortune is probably 70 and up. But Pat Sajak was always doing something that people were getting upset about. But who cares? He's got his opinions. Chuck Woolery was another one of those guys. So maybe it's decades upon decades of staring at a spinning wheel that puts your brain into some kind of fugue state. I don't know. But if the Seacrest thing is true, man, this guy is in the right place at the right time. He's a hard worker. But anytime one of these old-timers quits, Seacrest swings in on a vine. Pat Sajak will leave at the end of its upcoming 41st season. And if you've watched Wheel of Fortune at all, I'll see the last couple of minutes of it if I'm going to watch Jeopardy. And Pat Sajak, he is checked the F out. He looks like he could not care less. He's ready to go. He's made an ass load of money because that's why you hang on to these gigs for so long. Because these are widely syndicated shows. However much money they pay him.
And don't they film like the whole season in like a month?
They do a ton of episodes at once.
Yeah.
And then you have the rest of the year off. It's like when Alex Trebek used to talk about doing Jeopardy. And they would talk about when he was in contract renegotiations. And he's like, I never go in there asking for a ton of money because they already pay me very, very well for 2 months' work. He's like, you work a lot in those 2 months. It's like Drew Carey doing Price is Right.
Yep.
Used to be people wouldn't touch a game show with a 10-foot pole. But now people are angling for game shows. They're like, please give me a game show. Because you work a lot in a short period of time and you make a lot of money. Not everybody's making Wheel of Fortune money. But these conversations were probably already being had with Ryan Seacrest. To go to him. Because listen, in the grand scheme, Ryan Seacrest is like my age. I don't know if he's 50 yet, but he's damn close if he's not. But he's still considered like the young buck in television. And his bona fides are pretty solid. But, still does American Idol. And I guess people still watch that show. And he was on the Kelly and Michael and Regis show for Kelly and Kelly, whatever that was. I don't know. But there are people who watch for Ryan Seacrest. Because when he split, Kelly Ripa was like, let's put my husband in this. And Mark Consuelos is a good-looking dude. But nobody wants to sit there drinking their coffee, listen to them talk about his filthy underwear. Or how she's got to do his laundry or whatever,
I might listen.
Do you watch Mark and Kelly in the morning?
No, I do not. Well, I'm not. I'm working. So I'm not. If I had a husband that just, was bringing home the bacon and I was doing laundry all day, I would watch it. But I just don't have that option. I don't have the time.
Yeah. And Seacrest still does the radio show. He has a syndicated show for this company, which couldn't be less work.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he enjoys his life.
He must.
I don't know. No, he can't. No one who works coming from someone who works multiple jobs for
You're
long
not getting compensated the same
But
way.
right. He doesn't have time to spend it. Like I feel like
what time you bank it out and then you dip when you want to.
People like him. I feel
it's not like Pat Sajak is 90 years old.
He's not young. I mean, he's what, 75?
76.
70. That's still pretty old, dude.
Go back home to Chicago. He'll get a penthouse in the Palmolive building, look down on all the plebes, and have a nice life. You know, Seacrest, if you were doing if every one of your jobs, Cody, was paying you millions of dollars, you'd never stop working. That's Seacrest.
And when you have that kind of money.
He's such a hard worker. It's like, yeah, he is a hard worker, but you are being compensated for you're making millions of dollars.
And when he takes off, he can go on a vacation every weekend because he can fly private, go wherever he wants, do whatever he wants. He's got, and even then he can still take time off because a lot of those shows aren't, like the live shows are one thing, but like he still takes a ton of time off of that. They always do.
So Wheel of Fortune used to be a daytime game show, and when Chuck Woolery split, they got Pat Sajak. And then, but for a couple of years, then they moved it to nighttime, syndicated at nighttime in the early 80s. And he's been doing it ever since. And you win daytime Emmys and all this kind of crap. So for people who care about those kinds of things.
He's not like married or he doesn't.
Seacrest?
He's just doing his own thing, right?
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good for him.
And for a guy who, God bless him. I mean, he's a good-looking guy. He was never amazing on the radio. If not for American Idol, who knows what his career would have been. But he's parlayed all of his abilities into a great career. He's a hard worker. He's very good at what he does. He'll be 49 this Christmas. So he'll be 50 next year. So, yeah. American Idol fans are holding back tears after Ryan Seacrest shares emotional news. That was him saying that he was leaving Kelly and Ryan. So the guy has got, and that's why he left that show. He's like, I can't work in New York every morning and do this show in L.A. That would be too much. Doing the bi-coastal thing, that would be a huge pain in the ass. But again, when they're paying you millions of dollars to do it, you find a way.
It work.
You find a way. Everybody gives DiCaprio a hard time. Ryan Seacrest doing the same thing.
Oh, he
dating 25-year-old girls.
Nice.
Well, good for him.
Does he have him on the yacht?
Does
he have him on a yacht all the time?
Yeah, he does. Yes. Al, don't forget the guy who hung himself who hosted Wheel of Fortune. That was Ray Combs. That was Family Feud. Ray Combs was the guy. I don't think he ever hosted because Pat Sajak's been doing Wheel of Fortune for friggin' 40 years.
His son was doing comedy in Cincinnati years ago.
Oh, yeah?
That was always weird because he was just like trying to be shocking and crazy on stage, and it was always like oh no, Combs is here.
Well, I think Ray Combs was a comic, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that how he got that gig?
I think so.
And he was from out here. He was from, Ray Combs was from Columbus or something.
I imagine Cincinnati. Right?
Was he?
That's where his son lived.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was sad too. He was in a car accident or something, and then he got a divorce, and it was a whole thing. But he hanged himself. He was living out in Glendale in L.A., and I guess he had just trashed his house or something, and he hanged himself in the hospital room. I don't know if this was back when they didn't, I don't know. It always amazes me when you go to a hotel or a hospital and you have somebody who's on psychiatric hold and they find him tying the bed sheets together. It's like, yeah, you know what they're going to do. I mean,
make a fort.
Tied together?
There were no cushions in the thing.
Right, got time together, make a bigger canopy.
Yeah. I guess he had opened a couple of comedy clubs. They flopped. So he was in really bad shape financially. So it was just a domino effect of all kinds of things. But Ray Combs had hosted a Family Feud for some years. But he died in 96. So listen, if you are a Ryan Seacrest stan, it is the days of wine and roses. You cannot get enough. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, you can always leave us messages there anytime you like.
Hey, Al.
Alan. Hey, I'm just curious, what would it sound like if somebody from Pittsburgh won the tickets from doing your
Oh my God!
in front of the window?
Oh!
Good show. Bye!
It's Taylor Swift shows in Pittsburgh. I got to go. I'll take my daughter. They murder my daughter. My daughter's been murdered. More Philly, but oh, Alan, Alan, coming to your window on Friday. We dress up like Taylor Swift so I can go back. I'm still calling it Three Rivers Stadium. You call whatever you want. I never even call it Heinz Field. What is it now? Acrisure Stadium. I ain't calling it that. I ain't even call it Heinz Field. It's still Three Rivers Stadium to me. I go see Taylor Swift, Three Rivers Stadium. Can't believe. Thank you, Anna, for the tickets. Oh. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Alan, hate the show.
Oh, Mike checks in occasionally with us. He's over there on the west coast of Ohio.
How you guys doing today?
Pretty good.
Mike, where is the west coast of Ohio again?
It's on the west coast of Ohio.
I'm just trying. I'm trying
it's
to.
pretty descriptive.
Yeah, I'm trying to just kind of nail down maybe a latitude and longitude, or
The east coast of Indiana.
is that what it is? Yeah. Okay.
It's like near that.
Near
Okay.
there.
Named
Yeah,
after Chanel
near
West Coast? Isn't she from Ohio?
I do not know Chanel West Coast, but I
Well, she's
I wish
hot
I
on
did.
your heels, Mike. I can only imagine. What's going on?
Well, there's a funny story about Pat Sajak. You were just talking about him. He did an interview like 10 years ago, and very similar to your Pittsburgh/Philly accent, whatever you were just doing there. Apparently, him and Vanna used to just go get drunk in the middle of the day, and then go back and do the show. And so, for a decade and a half, the best years of Wheel of Fortune, they're drunk. They're on TV. And I think it's just a great thing, but I'm not sure if it's a good or bad thing for Mary. Does that mean Mary's best years are behind her, or that she's going to have a tough time when she finally gets on TV because, she's sober now?
I don't think, no, that's not. Getting day drunk because you're a millionaire is different than being an alcoholic. I would have ruined any opportunity I had. Because Pat Sajak's not going to re-show up drunk and try to fight the contestants. That's the difference.
If you got FU money, would you start drinking again?
No.
Like I'm
I
talking
would die.
like $500,000.
But you
500 million.
But you've also established what you would do if you had 24 hours to live. So on a
That's
long
different.
enough timeline, everybody's life expectancy goes to zero. Why not just compress that?
Because I don't want to die yet. If I knew
Gotcha.
I was going to die and had no choice over it, that would be different.
At what age? Will you be able to gauge at what age you might start drinking again?
I don't think I ever will.
Never.
No. I really don't. There's no need for it anymore. It's not something I miss.
Well, there was never a need for it.
Oh, I'm saying I had my years. When he says your best years are behind me, like my party years are behind me. I don't need that anymore.
Yeah, how did that turn into a Mary thing, Mike?
I don't know.
He pivoted from Vanna White. By the way, Vanna White makes $10 million a year. So you think Pat Sajak's got it good. Vanna White, I can fully see her saying, Pat's going, I'm going too, because what they've been doing, and I'm sure they were kind of testing the whole thing, is they would have Pat Sajak's daughter filling in when Vanna was gone, Maggie Sajak. I could see it being Seacrest and Maggie Sajak. Vanna White going, I'm out. Pat's out. I'm out. I've made more money than I ever thought I would for not even turning the letters anymore. Just pointing to them and they light up.
And half the time she wasn't even allowed to talk.
Well,
Or no, those were Bob's Beauties that weren't allowed
Bob's Beauties. Right. Hey, Woody.
Alan.
Yes, sir.
How's your day, brother?
My day is just fantastic.
A real quick question before I get to my subject. Vanna White is making $10 million a year now, and she's been running this thing. Remember when the stock market was banging through the 80s? Does anybody have any idea what her actual worth is? Because you guys look that up every once in a while on people's actual worth, because she had to have been just banking like crazy back in the 80s, right?
Woody, I think it's fair to say that Vanna White's worth is not measured in dollars and cents. Woody,
Right.
how dare
It's
you
her
even...
looks.
That's right. How dare you imply that this lovely, talented, smart woman be measured, her worth in dollars and cents. But it's probably hundreds of millions of dollars. Biggest thing to ever come out of Conway, South Carolina. Other than Carissa, who was our bureau chief in Conway, South Carolina.
We got Houston Mark on the line, but we got to go to a break.
Got to go to a break. He's the guy that did the new Browns Dog Pound logo. Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, good. Well, if he can hang on, I will return to him. I will have those WWE Raw tickets for you, too. Monday Night Raw is back at the Romo Fijo this coming Monday, so we'll hook you up with those and be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to
Lost Hills is back with Season 3, The Dark Prince. An evil undercurrent runs through the surf world, and it all goes back to Mickey.
He's not only the most idolized of the bad boys, he's also the most bad guys of the bad guys.
Listen to Lost Hills on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We're giving stuff away with the Alan Cox Show. Yes, we're giving stuff away.
All right, WWE Monday Night Raw back in Cleveland, their flagship show, back at the Romo Fijo this coming Monday night. Royal Rumble winner Cody Rhodes, Bianca Belair, Seth freaking Rollins, Becky Lynch, Austin Theory, many more. Card subject to change, I'm sure. Will any local heroes show up? I don't know. The Miz going to be there? I don't know. But it is Monday night. WWE Raw, the Romo Fijo. Car 10, these are yours. Good luck. 2 tickets for you. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Summertime means beers, barbecues, and fishing the occasional drunk friend out of the lake while he searches for his arm.
Hey, buddy, you find it?
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Football all the way, football all the way. Yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way, football all the way, football all the way.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, tell me where. Jake listens in Orange County, California. James is down in Tampa. Mike is in Rochester. Susan is one of our bureau chiefs in Denton, Texas, which is where you will find one Houston Mark, who is the guy who created the brand new Browns logo. Congratulations, man.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Is Denton, Texas, considered part of the Metroplex down there?
Yes, it is. It's about half an hour north of Dallas. I go to UNT, which is like the largest public university in the area.
I think there was this notion that, at least I thought so initially, I guess I didn't realize how wide the Browns cast a net to create this new dog logo, but it had to be like chum in the water for graphic designers, right? Everybody like, I got a version of this. I can do this. What was your foray into this? What did you have to do to get a sense of what you wanted it to be and what you wanted your submission to look like?
Well, so there's so many different versions of the Browns dog logo that have gone around for so many years. Just people making stuff as fans of the team or just really interested in design and all that kind of stuff. So when I sat down and I decided that I wanted to make this, I wanted to really focus on the community aspect. I wanted to focus on what can I do to make this representative of not only the Browns, not only Cleveland, not only the fan base, but the kind of the attitude that you want to portray as an organization, that you want to portray as fans, stuff that you want to show off to Steelers or Ravens or Bengals fans, just piss them off.
Was this your first submission to an NFL team?
Yes.
Yeah. And did you have anybody in kind of your professional or personal network with ties to Northeast Ohio that would kind of help you kind of plug into what the vibe of that is?
Not necessarily. I've known people from Northeast Ohio, not anybody particularly close to me, but I've had conversations with people who are Browns fans and who relate to the organization. And I did my research, going on internet forums, seeing like what Browns fans have to say about, their team and how they feel about the team. And I went out of my way to kind of bring all of those elements together when I made the logo.
And so we were just speculating about this earlier because there was no mention made of it in all the press, but we were curious how you're compensated for this. Obviously it's the bane of every graphic designer or artist's existence. when a company goes, well, you'll get so much exposure. That's in lieu of this. Is that what you've heard that refrain over and over and over again. Is that what this was? Now, granted, this isn't like a taco truck in your town. It's a logo for an NFL team. So when it comes to exposure, you're on a whole other level. But was there a conversation about that, or was it just like, hey, congratulations, this is your exposure with the new Browns dog logo?
No, I was compensated so I didn't win like the actual like kind of fan competition. They reached out to me afterwards and said that they wanted to include my logo in the kind of final 5. And because of that, they needed to pay me as a commissioned artist. They were able to give me $2,500 for that, and an initial $500 for the description graphic that I made, explaining all of the different elements of the logo. So I got $3,000, and they're going to fly me out. Hopefully, I keep saying this November against the Steelers. I'm really excited for that, and that $3K goes a long way as a college student.
Right. That would be a lot of fun to get flown in and be there, on the Jumbotron, and they go, hey, it's Houston Mark, and and everybody's going to go crazy.
Yeah, no, it's insane. I mean, like just the reaction I've seen on the internet and seeing and people have reached out to me directly, just kind of being like, hey, thank you for the logo. Like it is incredible to see. And right now I'm in Italy, so there's not really much interfacing I'm doing with American football fans. But when I get home and when I come to Cleveland, that's going to be on a whole different level. I'm so excited.
Hey, Mark, this is Bill. We were DMing on Twitter, and I appreciate you getting back to me so fast and calling in. If there is one team that you could do a design for, other than the Browns, what team would you want to try and punch up their design? Is there one that comes to mind?
I got 2 teams for you. They're my favorite teams. I grew up a really big Detroit Lions fan. I really liked their kind of 2017 rebrand with the uniforms and everything, and I think their logo is really, really solid. I recently did a different kind of take on it, and I'd love to kind of re-explore that and see what kind of direction I could go with that.
And those are also pretty fun colors to work with as well.
Oh, they're beautiful colors.
Yeah. I mean,
beautiful.
Working with the Browns colors, the brown and orange, you do have to get a little creative because, I mean, that's not anyone's real go-to palette.
Halloween colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So kudos to
you
you
can make
for
it work, though.
Yeah, no, you did a good job with it. And then what was the other team?
Well, I grew up in Houston, and so the bane of my existence has been kind of the Texans' identity and kind of the Texans, overall kind of aesthetic and the way that they presented themselves since they came into the league, because of how different it is and how kind of disconnected it is from how ingrained the Oilers feel still, even in the city of Houston and the aesthetics of Houston.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never understood.
I'd love to try. Yeah, no, I trust me, man. Where it would be really fun to do a take on the Texans, and especially because I lived there for so long, and there's so many different parts of Houston that you're going to try and represent, and you really want it to kind of fit with the community that it's a part of, and not just feel as much as like a creative team,
Right.
That's something that I'd really, really love to do.
Were you born into a Lions family? Do you have relatives that are Michiganders, or you just picked up on that team as a kid?
No, I just picked up on the team as a kid.
Yeah.
I love Calvin Johnson. I started following the NFL right around the time that happened, and the 2009 Browns Lions game was probably the first full NFL game that I watched. I went to a Texans Lions game when I was like 6 years old, and I ended up I think we left at some point, but the one where Stafford breaks his shoulder and then comes back in on that game winner.
Yeah.
That just made me fall in love with him. I don't know. Probably should have picked a different team, but
no.
Yeah.
Hey, they're on their way up. They're playing the Chiefs in the first game, so that's a huge step up for them. But it's one of those things where when you suffer long with a team like that, when they do eventually win something, which someday they will, it feels even better. It'll feel almost as good as creating a logo, I imagine.
Oh yeah, no, that's the hope. When Stafford won the Super Bowl, I counted that as like a transitive victory for the Lions.
There you go.
Well, listen, man, you mentioned you were in Italy. It's got to be almost midnight there, so I appreciate you taking the time. Congrats on this logo, and maybe we'll run into you when they get you in town in the fall, Houston.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much for having me.
All right, thank you, pal.
Yeah, of course.
All right, congrats. There's Houston Mark.
Very cool.
Yeah. I guess I didn't pick up that he was a college student.
Yeah, it says in his bio that he's 21.
Wow,
So,
okay. Wow, good for him. I guess I was thinking
all ready
that
to be like, yeah, Barry Sanders. I'm like, oh, no, he's a kid.
Right.
Calvin Johnson. Yeah.
Right.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Well, good
So
for him.
That's
yeah,
a good start to your graphic design career. If you're in college, you win this contest, you get some cash. It sounds like there's other things that he can't talk about yet, compensation-wise, that are headed his way. So good for him. That's very exciting.
And that's how they can lowball you too. You're a college student. They go, yeah, we'll give you
need this.
We'll give you $3,000.
You gonna say no to $3,000,
Yeah.
you little idiot?
Yeah.
No, you get
Well,
it.
good. It was a good
You
get.
gotta
I
take- no, it
didn't.
was
I
good,
didn't
yeah.
realize he was in Italy.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yeah, it's like quarter to 11 over there
He
right now.
texts me. He's like, "Hey, I'm calling from an Italian phone number." I'm like, "Okay, I don't."
That's racist.
Mm-hmm. It's a 1, a 2,
Hey,
1, a 6.
it's a me the operator.
You want to call it the Cleveland?
That's right. Alan, what do you think Pat Sajak will really be leaving? I know what you're.
One wheel.
I know what you're getting at. I know what you're getting at. I know. What will Ryan Seacrest inherit?
One wheel.
I know. I understand.
Why not just let Vanna White host it? Because she doesn't really have to do anything anymore.
Somebody texted me that their first Playboy was Vanna White in 1987, and she had a great rack, boy.
Did she?
She says now that she's embarrassed by it, but, 35 years ago or whatever, it's nice to, once upon a time, if you were asked to be in Playboy, that was a big, big deal. And so even for Vanna White, who was probably only a couple years into her tenure at Wheel of Fortune, it was a big deal. She was a Georgia girl, South Carolina, or whatever it was, and fresh-faced. Right.
And I don't think she, from what I can find, she didn't do full nude. It was just sheer. Let's see.
Yeah, it was like a lace kind of thing.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It's not you don't see her bush.
Jesus, this guy. All right. Well, no, I don't know about that. I just a quick Google image search will just show.
80s.
We'll just show you the cover, and that's probably okay too.
I'm digging.
You. But please don't touch my
A
vagina.
little hand bra action.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of hair. Mm-hmm. I was texting my mom this morning. I said, how about them nuggets?
She's got to be pumped.
My mom is so excited. When I was home over the weekend, I didn't realize that my mom was a Denver Nuggets fan because she's a big Nikola Jokic fan, loves the Joker. And I texted her this morning. I said, how about them nuggets? And she and my nephew were so excited. I think she's brought him along for the ride. And boy, how could you go wrong with a dynamic personality like Nikola Jokic?
But I think it's not the most important thing in the world still. There is a bunch of things that I like to do. I mean, probably that's a normal thing, Nobody likes his job, or maybe they do. They're lying. but it's a good feeling when you know that you did something that nobody believes, and just it was just us. It's just the organization of Denver Nuggets believe in us.
Mm-hmm. There are a lot of things I like to do, and nobody like their job all the time. If they say they do, they're lying.
I love it.
Oh, that's great.
And that clip
that
where
so
he goes,
tracks for my mom to like that guy.
The clip where he goes, we can go home now.
Yeah, the
Time to
game
go
is
home.
done or whatever.
The game is done.
We can go home.
We did not tie. We won. Listen, the Heat had an uphill battle the whole time, but Poundcake's boy Kevin Love veiled himself pretty well during that series, but they did only win one game.
He knocked up his chick. I think that's
Kevin Love did?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that news.
Live up to
Yeah,
that
they're
name.
about to have a baby.
You didn't get the Google alert on his name, Poundcake?
I didn't.
Wow. So the Nuggets win their first NBA championship ever. They were one of the charter members of the American Basketball Association. They were the Denver Larks in the late 60s. And then when they merged with the NBA in the mid-70s, they became the Denver Nuggets. But the guy who owns the Denver Nuggets
This guy.
owns everything.
This idiot, though. Did you see him trying to whisper in the reporter's ear instead
Yeah.
of talking to the microphone?
He's like, this pretty girl's talking to me. I don't want to say anything on record.
Either that or he's a billionaire who doesn't understand anything. Like, how has he never talked into a microphone before?
The Nuggets and Avalanche franchises are held in his wife's name because you can only own so many things, and then you start putting them in other people's names. His holding company owns Arsenal Football Club, which is no small thing, owns the Rams. He's a guy that, like, screwed up the whole league by just moving the Rams from St. Louis back to L.A. He owns the Nuggets. He owns the Avalanche. He owns the Colorado Rapids, which is an MLS team.
Oh.
He owns the Colorado Mammoth of the National Lacrosse League.
That's a good name.
He owns the LA Gladiators of the Overwatch League. He owns so he's in esports too. He owns the LA Gorillas of the Call of Duty League. His wife is one of the Walton family
Oh, boy.
from Walmart. So they're both loaded. They've been married since the 70s. He's a billionaire a dozen times over. And his team has just won the NBA championship for the first time ever in the history of that franchise.
Three-pointer won't go. Rebound Caldwell Pope. They're not going to foul. The Heat will let it play out. It's over. At last, the long wait is over. After 47 years, the Denver Nuggets can finally call themselves NBA champions.
And by the way, only one mass shooting took place after the win.
All right.
No deaths, right?
No deaths, 10 people injured, some of them
Happy
critically.
fire, huh?
Only one person got killed when the Cavaliers won.
Did they? I thought there was just a shooting. I don't think anybody died.
I thought somebody got killed.
I thought somebody just got shot. I thought there was just one person got shot at the parade.
All right. Well, the shooting took place where fans had been celebrating the Denver Nuggets win last night.
My friends were there. They weren't at the game. They were tailgating.
For the Nuggets game.
Yeah, they're outside.
So they're out there in the
plaza.
celebration and all that madness?
Well, it was almost like a meme.
Yeah.
I've seen the meme before where it's like the crowd is super still and they're watching the game, then the play happens and it goes crazy. Everyone's throwing cups and spilling their beers. That's literally what happened.
About midnight, 3.5 hours after the game. Something tells me that didn't have anything to do with the game. Something tells me those were people who were downtown and this probably would have happened anyway. The suspect was one of the 7 people who suffered non-life-threatening injuries. 3 people are in critical condition. Happened about a mile from the arena. That to me sounds like it had nothing to do with a celebration of the Nuggets winning.
They're just people out being dum-dums.
I was a little annoyed when they won, and then they hand the trophy straight to the owner. I asked Brian, I was
But
like,
that
"Who-"
always happens.
I know, but I was like, who's that guy? He goes, the owner. I was like, shouldn't the players get to touch the trophy first? Like,
He
they're
writes
the ones...
he signs their checks.
Yeah, but they're the ones playing the game.
Yeah,
nobody gets it first.
I
Yeah.
guess. I know they're not doing it for free. It just rubbed me the wrong way when I saw them hand it to the owner first. I'm like, he didn't do
Yeah, but a lot of times, even if they hand it to a player, like Jokic was the MVP, they'll hand it to the owner. out of deference, like he's the guy who signs checks.
This is the first Finals MVP trophy that we're giving out since Bill Russell's passing, and he'd be incredibly pleased. It's another center. This year's Bill Russell Finals MVP goes to Nikola Jokic.
Oh, good for you.
So Bonnie Cox is happy. My nephew is happy. Their Denver Nuggets have won their first NBA championship.
What is Bonnie short for? Bonald?
Boniferous.
Bonita. As in La Isla. I like boniferous. And what was the other one?
Bonald.
Bonald. Next time I see her, I'm be like, Bonald.
Bonald.
What's up? All right, I got a break. I'll have the Buzzard bike key for you. Trying to get this Harley we're giving away. Rover, Stansbury, and I all have keys, one of which will fire this puppy up. So your shot at that key is coming up in about 30 minutes. I'll also have some Gojira and Mastodon tickets to hand off to you. And the last trip to Vegas before they go on sale to everybody for our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Listen for that keyword a little closer to 5:30 this afternoon.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I know that you came to party, baby, 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 baby. Look like we're gonna leave this party with somebody else's lady.
A little Too Short. Remember Too Short? Remember my brother used to listen to a lot of Too Short when we were in high school. That was some of the music that they were blaring in this warehouse in Reno, Nevada, in a case that went all the way to the state Supreme Court. Because the people that were working in this warehouse said that they were offended by the music that was getting blared over the loudspeakers nonstop while they were working. And they said that it constituted a hostile work environment. There's a clothing warehouse in Reno. And so they'd be listening, whoever was in charge of the music would be blasting Too Short and Eminem and all kinds of other hip-hop and rap.
That's how I felt when we were back at Oak Tree and go to the bathroom, and it was always TAM.
Yeah, right.
It's a hostile work environment.
Sure. You try pinching a loaf with Trevisano screaming about rainbow T-shirts. A 700,000 square foot S&S activewear facility in Reno, Nevada. The people who work there filed a harassment lawsuit, which initially got kind of thrown out, but it went all the way to the U.S. Court of Appeals. And they ended up winning. 8 employees, 7 women and 1 man who worked for this place, said they didn't want to listen to this stuff all day long. They said that there would be giant speakers attached to forklifts and that were blaring this, right?
It sounds so petty. Like there are these huge speakers attached to forklifts.
They said the blaring music was inescapable. There were 5 speakers, often driven around on forklifts. So even if you weren't near it, somebody would be on a forklift with one of these speakers.
Can you believe they were blasting the hip-hops?
Well, it doesn't mention anything about the race of these people. I think if you're not...
Yeah, I think it's implied.
I know what you're doing.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, I know what you're doing.
They were
You think it's a
blasting
bunch of Karens.
Yeah. If my music.
Well, those are white ladies.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say the race of the Karens. I'm sure
Karens are white.
Most Codys are white.
That's got nothing to do with anything that's...
I'm just saying.
I know you are. You sweet, sweet man. He's always got an answer that makes no sense. Sometimes it does make sense. And that's...
We give him credit when it does.
These people said they were subjected to songs by Too Short right there, Eminem, a lot of other artists glorifying violence against women. Representatives for Eminem and Too Short didn't respond to requests for comment.
Why would they?
Sounds like a job for me.
Yeah. This looks like a job for me, so everybody do a job for me. Get in there and do your job at the warehouse.
Yeah, what they should have done is just play the Kids Bop version of it.
Is there one? I wonder if there is one.
There might be.
Eminem.
I don't know.
That'd be amazing.
Without me. Kids Bop Kids.
Shut up.
Let's hear it.
Hold on. I'll play it for you.
This isn't the same song. This is a new song.
Music video.
Hold on.
Dance along. We're filming for Don't Call Me Up. We've got some.
Oh, that can't be.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's a newer song with the same music. That's
The real,
not
how about the real
Eminem.
Slim Shady? They got the real Slim Shady.
May I have your attention, please?
Oh my God.
May I have your attention, please?
By the way, I hope, just fair warning, I'm going to hit the dump button if this is some dummies parody. Fake Kids Bop. It's full of F-bombs. So I'll be dumping it here in a second. Just.
Real Slim Shady, please stand up. I repeat, will the real Slim Shady please stand up? We're going to have a problem here. Y'all act like you never seen a what?
All right.
That's
that
the
doesn't-
actual song.
Yeah, that's not. Hold on. That's not.
Maybe they just did a radio edit of it.
I'm on that good juice and applesauce. I don't remember what song that was, but
And nothing beats Wings and Pizza.
That's not Kids Bop, though.
I know, but it's still good.
Oh, we listened to his Kids Bop at our house.
Seriously?
This is all Blake wants to listen to.
God, my daughter couldn't care less about that stuff.
She loves it. Well, because we don't love, some of these songs there's a lot of profanity, or they're talking about things that a 7-year-old shouldn't be hearing. So it is, an alternative, but at some point we're like, God damn, it's too much.
I forgot. Put the rolls in my mouth. Because there's some hoes in this house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love it. Macaroni in a pot.
I said, I like to eat 11 days a week. Wings and pizza. Stuff that crust with extra cheese.
Thing is, you don't have to tell your kid what the original song is.
Right. No. So then
they could just go, this is a song I like. My mom plays Wings and Pizza. Unless you tell, like, your friends, oh, my mom plays WAP in the car. Not knowing what Wings and... What? Yeah, Wings and Pizza.
Feasting on some wings and pizza. I'm so hungry, I can't stop. Bring that wings and pizza. Give me all the rent you got for that wings and pizza. Pizza Hut is a piece of art. Extra large, click, add to cart. Eat Parmesan right off the plate. Red pepper flake.
All this food gonna make me fart. That should be in there. Kids love farts.
Yeah, kids do love farts. I sent you a classic Kids Bop version of an Eminem song.
Is this for real, Kids Bop?
No, this is us.
Oh, yeah.
I'm beginning to feel like a fap god. Hear me beating me, it sounds like applause. Now I think my arms are strong cause I fap lots. They send a fap like a machine, so call me fap bot. But for me to fap in front of the computer, I take off my jeans. Got a fap sock in my back pocket. I don't friend find around ab block it. Seats got sweat stains from my ass on it. On the internet, I'm browsing big tits since Jenna Jameson was vivid. With Ron Jeremy showing all of his gut fat.
This is probably not the radio version. Which I do have.
Okay, I was gonna.
Yeah, I do have. I imagine that.
Or something.
The one on YouTube is probably
not the clean version.
Not the clean version,
but yeah. Taint Smasher is the best.
Yep.
Jenna Jameson was vivid with Ron Jeremy showing all of his gut fat. I want to see Belladonna's tatted boobs and her teeth gapped as all hell. Balded on Sportaholic. Get them all, it's the vintage and amateur bang bus stop. I don't really want to watch the storyline crap with them trying to act. See Tory Black with a nice little black jackety jack like I'm hooked on crack. At the exact same time, I see these sexual acrobat stunts. I'm attracted.
Taint Smasher is inhuman.
It's insane.
Ridiculous.
He is
It's
unbelievably
just-
talented. I mean, for a guy as nice as he is, if there was anybody in this business who could be an utter dick all the time, it would be Miles. God bless him.
When I met him and I had heard some of his work on our show, when I first started filling in like 2018, 2019, and I had the biggest crush on him because he was so...
He was a handsome man.
Well, he's good looking, but what took it to the next level was like, how is this guy good at everything he does? Like, everything.
He's just got a different kind of brain that I wish I had.
And then I was bummed out when I found out he was married. I don't know what was in Drunk Mayor's head where I thought I was going to make this man my boyfriend. But I was like, oh my God.
You were still
he's
Drunk Mayor.
Yeah, I was like,
Drunk
he's
Mayor.
like this creative and he's good looking and we work in the same business. And then he was married. I was like, damn it, this guy, it would have been perfect.
His wife's so sweet, though.
I mean, I met
She's
him
lovely.
one time in person because I think that was around the time he had moved
Yeah.
or he had come back or something.
Came back from L.A.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to Wings and Pizza.
Flakes got me sweating hard. Wings so hot, making me cry. Dabba the Reaper, I wanna die. Lemon and pepper, all on my fries. I paid in cash, my car was declined. Bake that bun, watching it rise. Bigger the cake, the bigger the thighs. I'm gonna bounce these Big Mac buns right in.
Well, there's some food news for you.
It's so good. It's so good.
I love it. By the way, speaking of food news, you know what the latest woke company is?
Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel is now too woke because they put out a thing for Pride Month. And all the people have a problem with this. They always say the same thing, which is, why do they have to say anything? Just shut their mouth. Why should they have to do that?
Just make the dumplings.
You guys are the ones that wanted companies to be people. Yeah, just make the dumplings. Cracker Barrel now is too woke. Hot on the heels of other famously woke companies like Home Depot, Chick-fil-A. Now you can put Cracker Barrel. Remember when Cracker Barrel put vegan options on their menu?
People lost
and
their
people
minds over
flipped
that,
out,
yeah.
lost their minds. Cracker Barrel shared a celebratory Pride Month comment. Because if you're one of these companies, there's nothing wrong with saying, we welcome everyone here.
Come eat our food.
Yes, we are trying to sell food to everyone, you dummies. They wrote on their Facebook account, and of course, Facebook is where
the best people are.
Well, everybody goes nuts over there. Everyone is welcome at our table. Even pro-Pride people were not impressed because the company was once known for firing gay employees in the early 90s. But that was back when you could do that because they were pushing heterosexual values. None of these people who are complaining now seem to mind when the company was pushing their values on their employees.
They match their own. Alan.
A once family-friendly establishment has caved to the mob, one angry poster said. When I was home, by the way, I don't talk politics with my mom because that's a road to nowhere. But I'm well aware of her politics. But she pretty much copped to the fact to me. She goes, Facebook is where I have fun with people.
Oh, she trolling.
Yeah. She goes, oh, I like being in the comments. That's like, I go, Mom.
Stay out of there.
Well, she's a grown woman. She do what she wants. But, my dad's gone. So, but I'm just like, I just thought it was
she
funny
on that Facebook dating yet?
Shut up, Bill. No, she's not. She's on farmersonly.com. I told you that.
Dude.
Other angry posts asked Cracker Barrel, why do you hate your patrons? It never occurs to them, by the way, that Cracker Barrel patrons, the stereotypical kind, might have a gay son or a gay cousin, or they demanded the company, quote, cut this crap out. Again, this doesn't negatively affect you in any capacity whatsoever. But the Texas Family Project, for one, was complaining, we take no pleasure in reporting that Cracker Barrel has fallen. How did you come to despise your consumer base?
I just can't get this through my head. Where Cracker Barrel's like, hey, gay people are allowed to eat here. And then people are like, why do you hate me? Like, that's insane.
That's what it is, though. It's like if
Who
you.
makes that
Right.
jump?
They think that it's pushing someone to acknowledge that a certain person exists is to hurt them in a. Yeah, it's weird. So, boy, Cracker Barrel has fallen to the woke mob. Of course. It's like when people were pissing and moaning that Ted Cruz had posted, hey, tolerance for LGBTQ people, because again, for most people, they don't fart sideways unless it personally affects them, and Ted Cruz's daughter is bi. And so people were very surprised to see Ted Cruz, who is on record, is having an issue with the whole LGBTQ thing, I guess, when it's politically convenient. But he had been tweeting tolerance for gay people and, the whole, hey, who can cast the first stone and blah, blah, blah. And because he has a daughter, his daughter's bisexual. And it's always interesting to me to see, public and private, it's always interesting to see which parents change for their kids and which ones don't. Because when you cast your lot with maniacs, it's eventually going to bite you in the ass. And a guy like Ted Cruz, say what you want, seems to be of the mind that I'll change for my kids. It can't be easy being Ted Cruz's kids, given what he normally says.
But I don't think that changing is not the same as voting differently. Like, he's still going to vote the same way.
You're right.
So
that's why people have an issue with it.
And they're like, this is not what we elected you for. Like, this is like,
we didn't elect you to be sensitive to people who aren't like us. But yeah, it's funny. People, because there are no rules. That's the thing with the fake woke thing, right? There are no rules. There's no like, here's the line. It's just whatever they don't like, you're automatically woke now.
Right. Well, also,
and
remember,
you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody less woke than Ted Cruz, by the way.
One of the most interesting things to me is one of the things that when President Trump accepted his nomination for the Republican Party, he, in his acceptance speech, talked about LGBTQ plus community and how they need to support them. And a bunch of people didn't clap, but a lot of people did. That was like the one thing that everybody else was like, oh yeah, this, at least he said that.
He held up the flag. I mean,
Yeah,
Trump,
and
Trump
then-
was the first president to go to a gay wedding publicly.
Bill Clinton's.
No.
But except the difference is he called it that. He was like, I'm going to a gay wedding, guys. Like,
Oh,
make
please.
sure everybody knew.
All my straight friends say I would go if I was getting married. They're like, I'm going to a gay wedding, and you'll never guess who it is.
When I went to Mike Paramore's wedding, I'm like, I'm going to a black wedding. So.
like there's church and then there's church. Like there's black church. Like I'm going to a black church, and all your friends will be like, you're going to a black church. There's a difference. So I don't even take offense to that. I get it.
I guess I hadn't thought about that. Do people still say I'm going to a gay wedding?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do they?
Because it already means different. Like people think weddings like, oh, there better be an open bar because it's gonna be stuffy and long and blah blah blah.
Oh, gay weddings are stuffy.
Gay weddings. Not that I've ever been to one. I've never even emceed one, but gay weddings come with it a little bit because I feel like they waited so long for this moment. They want everyone to have a good time. It is a celebration. There's going to be probably some cheeky moments, you know.
Yeah, there are.
But that's every wedding.
See, but I think of it
not
from
necessarily.
Every wedding wants people to have a good time.
not my wedding.
But there's a different level.
Straight faces only. You smile, you're out. I think of it from terms of like my family members who are not saying it to be funny, but they'll be like, yeah, our friends got gay married because it's they need you to know that it's not the same as regular marriage.
Well, no.
You know what I mean?
I would think that would come up if someone else was attending and you were letting them know.
That's what, like when they relay it to us. We went to, like our friends got gay married. Not our friends got married.
Really?
And their names are Jack and Tom. Our friends got gay married.
It's like when Elaine was on the subway in Seinfeld and they, well, who's the groom? Well, it's two brides. The lady inches away from her.
But again, I'm okay with this. In 50 years, yeah, there will probably be no need to say, you know, I got gay married or, you know, I'm going to a gay wedding.
Right, because
in 10 years,
marriage will be abolished.
But
fingers crossed.
That's what I'm hoping for.
But because gay marriage is still so new, you have to make that delineation. I feel like there is an added joy to it. Marriage is usually a joyous celebration, but because it was not allowed for so long, and it takes a lot for two families to come together and, you know, pretty much give their child away to another man of the same sex, or I mean to give your child away to the same sex. There's just an added bonus. I feel like everyone's like, wow, we sacrificed a lot to get to this moment, and we're gonna have a good time.
Who do you think's the next one to get married on this show?
Probably me.
Well, Mary.
Or unless Cody's going to surprise everybody and
He's
get
not.
engaged in 6 months.
He's not.
I would say we're probably the closest. Brian asked me what I wanted for our anniversary, which is in a couple weeks, and I told him I want like a really nice, not a really nice necklace, but like a really nice penis, Brian, if you could do something. No. I wanted a necklace, like a pretty, with a, you know, a pendant, whatever. And he told me, he was like, well, while I was on some of the jewelry store's websites, I started looking at rings. I said, oh, really? I said, what did you look at? And he was like, none, they're too
C-ring?
expensive. Yes, yes, from a jewelry store. He got the
You don't go to the jewelry stores I go to.
the K Jewelers C-ring.
Yeah.
You're saying I'm not going to surprise you because what? I am. Why did you say that, Alan? Why did you say it like that?
What?
Like I'm not going to surprise you. I'm not spontaneous enough to just.
No. You're not the next one to get married on the show.
I know, but why? Why do you say that?
Do you think you are?
I could see Cody just driving off in the night and getting eloped somewhere.
Boy, I could not.
I could see him jumping the line. Yeah.
I can't envision that.
I can see
After
him.
everything he said, unless he's just doing shtick all the time, I mean, I take him at his word. So I would be blown away if you were the next person to get married.
Like we're off the week of 4th of July, and if Cody goes to Vegas or something and then comes home, he's like, "Hey guys, I'm a taken wife or something."
Well,
you know what I mean?
I'm in Vegas the whole week of July 4th. So if he's there getting married,
Gay
I
married.
better at least gay married. I better at least get a call or a text.
Or is it going to be like when he bought CBD
I'm black,
instead of
and I'm
pot.
gay.
It's like, I thought I got married, but I just got civil union.
I got the watered down version.
All right, let me give you one of these keys, man. We got the Buzzard bike. This is a 2022 Harley, brand new custom Harley, courtesy of WMMS and Budweiser. And we have keys 3 times a day here on the show. Get the first one with Rover, and then he tells you when Stansbury's is going to be and when mine is going to be. One of these keys is going to fire up this hog. Get all the details at WMMS.com. But your shot at the Buzzard key is right now. So be caller 10, and you will qualify for a key for the Buzzard bike, okay? Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to Las Vegas.
in each direction at Wooster because of a water main break. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by ThrivePeerSupport.com.
Have you experienced stress or trauma as a first responder? Thrive Peer Recovery Services offers a free anonymous support line with a first responder peer supporter. Call 216-400-8021 between 4 p.m. and midnight, Monday through Sunday.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Gojira and Mastodon, two heavyweights, man, in their own right. Great headliners on their own. They are going out on a co-headlining tour that's going to bring them to Cleveland, along with special guest Lorna Shore. It's going to go down Thursday, August the 10th at Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. You can go to axs.com for the details. Caller 10, these are yours. I will see you there. Gojira, Mastodon, and Lorna Shore. Smoke them if you got them. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
When the world just seems too crazy. Gaze into the eyes of a child because you'll probably find a booger. And man, is that a hoot. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
The Mighty Mastodon from Atlanta, Georgia. Speaking of those bands and their ilk, no 2 hours to midnight this Saturday night. If you've joined us for the new metal show here at MMS, it is a blast to do. But there's a West Coast Guardians game, or they're in Arizona playing the Diamondbacks. So that's a 10-10 start here on MMS on Saturday night. So that will preempt this week's episode of 2 hours to midnight. But you can still submit for June 24th. We'll be back live. I'm your host, along with Corey Roddick, Pat Butler. And every week it's brand new metal. It is classic stuff, local metal for bands that submit. And your requests. Played some Dokken last weekend for Mike in Parma. Played some stuff for Mike who listens in Denver on the iHeartRadio app.
A lot of mics in your
A lot of
fan
mics.
base, huh?
We played local music from Midwinter and Dead Cassette. Two killer songs, both of those bands doing shows all throughout Northeast Ohio. So it's a lot of fun, but we'll be preempted by a late West Coast Guardians game this Saturday night, but back live June the 24th for my birthday weekend edition of 2 hours to midnight. It'll be all Tuma Feces, 120 minutes. You can submit anything, request your band, whatever, to htm@wmms.com. I'll have another trip to Vegas for you. The tickets go on sale tomorrow for our iHeartRadio Music Festival, so this is the last shot for you to get one of those trips before anybody can buy them. If you're a rock and roll fan, pretty good lineup this year. Still some pop, still some country, but Fall Out Boy and Foo Fighters and Public Enemy and 30 Seconds to Mars and Lenny Kravitz. Really good lineup. It's 22 and 23 of September out at the T-Mobile Arena in Vegas. So just a few minutes here. I'll have that next keyword for you before they go on sale tomorrow. Alan, people definitely aren't used to us gays getting married yet. My wife and I were introduced to our reception as Mr. and Mrs., despite knowing how we wanted to be introduced, Mrs. and Mrs., 3 days prior to the wedding and about 5 minutes prior to the announcement. Somebody sent me, have you ever seen the gay wedding sketch on Key and Peele? No. Where his whole black family is sitting there and he brings a guy in to explain. Cousin Delroy is getting married to a man.
Really, I just wanted to say basically that a gay wedding is just like a straight wedding. Yes, sir.
So then do the men wear dresses and then the women would wear suits?
No. You would just wear exactly what you would wear at a straight wedding.
Oh, okay. Now, none of us are gay, so I assume that we would all sit then in the straight section.
The straight section?
Yeah.
Oh, the straight section, he means as opposed to the gay section.
No, there's no sections, guys.
But the gay people...
No, what you would just sit
on the straight...
No, Larry, listen to me.
But in the aisle.
You would just sit on the side of the person that you were friends with or that your family's members, just like in a straight wedding.
So we just guess who's gay?
Or not. You could just...
We guess who's gay.
Okay, guess who?
When in the ceremony do we sing Over the Rainbow?
Well, you don't. You don't. This is a religious ceremony, so you wouldn't be singing that during the service.
Oh, all right. No, I'm just asking.
Mm-hmm. The late, great Lance Reddick.
Oh, yeah.
Romany Malco. It's an all-star cast for that Key and Peele sketch.
That's what I'm saying.
I think Gay Tim sent me that. Thank you. Gay Wedding Advice is the name of that sketch.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, if for even like a black family, you know, they're accepting of their son being gay, and then not only is he gay, but he found his partner and he's getting married. Like, that is a monumental moment, and it doesn't happen that often.
Right. And
so,
on average, people stay married for like 6-7 years, so it's like a big commitment.
But I want to know, are the stats too early for gay statistics?
What do you mean?
How many gay couples stay married?
No, it's pretty much the same as straight people.
Yeah.
Gay divorce. I remember the first couple that got legally gay divorced, the lesbian couple, and they were like, it just didn't work out. So if nothing else, the fact that there's...
it's much higher...
pretty equal. I mean...
Well, it's much higher amongst lesbians and not among...
Because they move in together so fast.
Gay men is a little bit better.
Man, I wish that wasn't true because my girlfriend, like the stereotype of it, my girlfriend got out of a huge, like long-term relationship. And then she met this chick, moved to Florida, and they're married. And this, I'm not joking, like 6 months from the day that they met, she moved across the country and now they're married. And I'm just like, I mean, it's straight people do that too.
Right.
You know what I mean?
All
But the
the time.
fact that they're lesbians, I'm like, oh boy. You know, like, I don't know, it's just
They do that now, don't they? What? Call themselves lesbos.
Have you seen Jackie Goldberg? And then I'll move on. I'll give you this trip to Vegas, but I do want to play this for you. Jackie, I told you last week about this elementary school in North Hollywood that was having like a Pride Day or something. And there were protesters. And sure enough, the anti-Pride people start throwing bows, and it turns into a whole melee. Jackie Goldberg is a lesbian, but she is the president of the Los Angeles School District. And she wanted to tell people a thing or two about screaming around kids, because this is the great irony, of course. All these anti-Pride people who start throwing fists and screaming and kicking people, which is invariably what happened here, are doing it in front of a school, which I guess they don't consider protecting kids, protecting them from watching adults beat the hell out of other adults. And Jackie Goldberg was understandably incensed by this whole thing as the head of the LA school district.
Nobody has to accept me. I'm not looking for your acceptance. But you better treat me the same way you treat everybody else. That's how we live in this country. You don't have to love me. You don't have to like me. You can think I'm the devil incarnate. But you better treat me like a decent human being, because that's how I treat you, even though you don't believe that I have the right to exist. I am very tired of having young people and adults in the LGBT community hear 3 days of yelling and screaming about this. What do you think that did to them? What do you think that did to every gay teacher, every gay custodian, every gay worker in this city, every gay kid? What do you think that did to them? It made them afraid. How dare you make them afraid because you are?
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Oof. That like hit.
Yeah.
She got incensed.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you?
Just got gay chilled.
Yeah, got the gay chills.
Let me give you this trip here. The tickets go on sale tomorrow for this year's iHeartRadio Music Festival in Vegas. You will get the last trip before anybody else gets their grubby mitts on them. To win this before anybody can buy them, you and a pal going to see Foo Fighters and Fall Out Boy and Lenny Kravitz and Public Enemy, 30 Seconds to Mars, 22nd and 23rd of September in Las Vegas. Fly out, put you up, get your tickets. I think we throw you some cash, too. So good luck. I hope you win.
Now, your chance at a trip to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword Vegas to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's Vegas to 200-200.
somebody painstakingly recreated Metallica's entire And Justice for All album with N64 music and effects.
This can't be N64.
This is one off of And Justice for All.
This is N64. This sounds more regular NES.
He said N64 is what the guy said. Pretty wild. Anyway, it took him 2 years, I think he said, to recreate this. He said N64. I mean, I don't. Maybe he's wrong. I don't know, but
I mean, just because
it's a long album, and he recreated each and every song with video game music and effects. But it does sound older than that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I have failed this song in Guitar Hero so many times. This is the final song before you battle the devil in Guitar Hero 3.
One is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's so friggin' hard.
This guy's recreated Metallica's classic 1988 album. I'll just read this as it's written. Using the Super Mario 64 sound font. Each and every song. I play one for you there since that's the one that a lot of people recognize the most frequently. But he's redone the entire album.
I guess
of
because
And Justice for All. And like the original recording, very little bass.
I guess
and low end.
I think of N64 as being way more advanced, but I guess the sound was still not, to the level where it was in, video games now.
Yeah. Someone who goes by the name Mawin Swag. They don't know much about who put this together other than the fact that they did each and every note. And it's pretty wild. We are, by the way, speaking of Metallica, now, I'm pretty sure that when they play live, they don't do it like that.
You sure?
They better. That's all I want.
Better. They're on that 72 Seasons tour, M72 tour. And we're still sending people to Detroit. They're playing at the 50-yard line of football arenas in every city they go to. They're doing 2 separate nights, 2 completely separate set lists, 2 separate groups of openers. And they're going to play Ford Field in November. And we're giving away that trip at WMMS.com. I'm going to wait to see him in 2024 at Soldier Field, because I would like to go home and do that. But Metallica, the shows are Friday and Sunday nights. And if you want to try to get to that Detroit show this fall, go to the contest tab there at WMMS.com, and you might do just that. Good luck. Listen, it ain't easy being a kid. You've heard the intro. It's not easy being a kid. And these days, you never know. Forget the other kids, adults. You never know what maniacs are running around out there doing stuff. This is suburban Boston. Somebody stole pool chemicals from a public park's pump room. Public pool, right? Cops are looking for the public to provide any information because they stole the pool chemicals and then poured it down 3 slides at the park's playground. So there are multiple children who were burned by the pool acid.
Jeez.
Muriatic acid, which is no small thing. This is what they use to bring down the pH of public pools. And it had been found on 3 separate kiddie slides at the playground. It's watered down hydrochloric acid, but you can still get severe chemical burns from it. And so there are multiple kids just wanting to have fun. Sliding down the slide, right? Imagine it's a hot Massachusetts day.
A hot and sticky day.
A hot and sticky Massachusetts day. And you go, wow, this slide is a lot hotter than I thought it was going to be. You know, now they have the hard plastic slides. When I was a kid, because I'm old, We had the metal slides.
You had one of those at my church.
You'd get third-degree
Dude.
burns going down those slides in the middle of a hot summer day. I don't know what, obviously, as materials got cheaper and more flexible, they would change that up. But back in the day, it was just those reflective metal slides
that were
so hot.
But
So
even
hot.
the hard plastic ones, if they're out in the sun all day long,
They get pretty hot too.
So, Boston suburban police are trying to figure out who did this and bring them to justice.
My elementary school had 2 playgrounds. One was like an older one, and it had like the metal slide, and then they had the newer one. But we'd go to recess at the same time. I was in 2nd grade as some 3rd graders. It was staggered a little bit. So the 3rd graders would hold the newer one like it was their island.
Right.
Like we couldn't go on there.
You weren't allowed.
Yeah. And so then like we'd get maybe 5 or 6 minutes after they went in where like they'd have to go line up, and then we'd be like, we can go now. And it would just be so, because otherwise we were just all on that. Because the other thing is in the winter, it was super fast and cold.
Yeah.
So like you go down that thing and it would shoot you out like a fire hydrant.
Well, they're trying to figure that out there in suburban Boston.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Right.
And then the monkey bars, all the chicken fights we'd have on those. Remember?
Chicken fights. You were fighting animals on the monkey bars?
It was like a chicken fighting ring.
Yeah.
Wow.
We'd all bring them. Had to keep them in our backpacks, train them to be quiet.
All right.
Oh, you go on the monkey bars and you try and
kick
use
each other
your,
till they
yeah,
fall off.
basically kick each other, or like wrap your legs around them. And I remember the day sweatpants got banned because one kid went down and he grabbed the other kid's sweatpants, pulled them down, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, we can see Justin's underwear."
He got pantsed.
He got pants, and then pantsing became the thing.
Oh yeah.
Like and
I
and
got
then
a
the-
detention for pantsing in middle school.
Yeah, it was. This is like elementary school. This is like 2nd, 3rd grade, and that like reverberated through the whole school. And everybody's like, "Thanks a lot, Justin." He's like, "I'm the one that got pants. I don't know why everybody's mad at me."
Yeah, why are you mad at me? I'm the victim here.
Right.
Alan, Sarah, and Niles, let's carpool to Soldier Field for that concert. My husband and I are going to be in the snake pit. Let's go.
You had me before husband. That ain't exactly sweetening the deal. But I'll see you there, right? It'll be fun. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, you can leave messages just like Sarah did on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
Are dedicated to every client every day. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. An accident reported on 77 South after Wheatley near the Summit Rest area. Broken water main has Lorraine Road down to 1 lane in each direction at Wooster. 90 West slow through the construction zone from Warren Road over the Rocky River Bridge to Hilliard. And 480 West a little bit sluggish between Lee Road and Transportation Boulevard. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing. Summit Racing wants you to gear up your truck or Jeep for your next off-road camping adventure. With millions of parts in stock, you'll find off-road and outdoor essentials so you can camp confidently and comfortably. SummitRacing.com. Everything you need for anything you drive.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Before making a joke, say, uh-oh, here comes a little whoopsie from my giggle hole.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Boy, give it up for Bruce Coburn. Do you guys know who Bruce Coburn is?
Oh, yeah.
Yay or nay?
No.
Hey.
When you make a list, when people talk about like all the Canadian singer-songwriters, you know, Gordon Lightfoot died and people mention Neil Young and Gord Downie, who died. He was tragically hip. Leonard Cohen. Great Canadian singer-songwriters. Katie Lang, Joni Mitchell. They don't talk about Bruce Coburn. I saw he's at the Kent stage tonight. If you're a Bruce Coburn fan, he's out there with Dar Williams, who's still pretty foxy. Bruce Coburn, man, for as long as this guy's been doing it and as good as he has been, like I'm a huge Warren Zevon fan, and Bruce Coburn, for me, is kind of in that same universe where satirical writing and things like that. But he is one of those guys I always think gets short shrift here in the States. But he's awesome. I was just flipping through some stuff. They're like, Bruce Coburn tonight at the Kent stage. I can't get down there because, you know, I'm very busy. But
because there's no opener for you to see.
Dar Williams. Love her too.
I heard she's still pretty foxy.
You did hear that. You recognized my voice. Alan, don't forget Justin Bieber. Of course. Listen, all of the Canadian troubadours, singer-songwriters. And Shawn Mendes, Shania Twain, Feist, Bryan Adams, Alanis Morissette, Avril Lavigne, as Bill likes to call her. Nelly Furtado, Sarah McLachlan. Huh?
I saw Bruce's last name.
It looks like Cockburn.
Yeah, it does.
It's pronounced Coburn, of course.
What's that? How'd he pull that off? That seems like they're just like tired of the Cockburn jokes.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen, I used to pronounce my last name Co. So, you know, it was the Alan Cox Show. But I was like, I don't like the sound of that. Hey, there has been another celebrity death. They are dropping like flies. Actor Treat Williams died, of course. He was in a motorcycle crash. So it was very sudden. But if you like a good book, a couple of them have been turned into just some of the most depressing books and movies you've ever read or seen in your life. Cormac McCarthy has died. Pulitzer Prize-winning author of The Road, No Country for Old Men. This guy could turn a friggin' phrase, man. He was 89. If you ever read either of those books or watched those movies, they are depressing. You ever watched The Road?
No.
With Viggo Mortensen? Holy Christ.
Never saw it. Never. Yeah, because I heard it was so depressing. I was like, well, it's not going to get me to watch things.
I like movies with happy endings.
So you don't like No Country for Old Men?
Never saw it.
I enjoyed that
That's
one.
a great
Like
I saw
9
that in
hours
theaters.
long.
No, it's
Nope.
not. It's that's a great film, but never watched The Road.
Cormac McCarthy had a very distinct voice in his writing. He was 89 years old. People who liked him liked a very specific kind of story.
Sad one, apparently. A sad one.
Well, he wrote a book called Blood Meridian that for a long time they have said is unfilmable. But then over the past couple of months, I'm like, ooh, they're doing Blood Meridian. They're starting to cast it. There was a movie called All the Pretty Horses back in the day. He wrote that book. That was Matt Damon and Penelope Cruz. But Blood Meridian, again, I don't know how they're going to do it, but I was excited when I saw that.
Why is it so, like, what about it? You can't
It's
make it
just like it's in the dark. All of his books have kind of a Western tinge to them, even if they're not specifically that. Blood Meridian, though, is a Western book, but it's like it's a group of scalp hunters in like 18th century Texas. And so it's full of like human skulls and, dead infants hung in trees and things like that. So I don't know how they're going to do it, but I saw they're going to do it. But a lot of his books and stories turned into movies. I think The Road and No Country for Old Men are the ones that he's most known for. And back in the day, Oprah would put him in her book club. I think that's probably what kind of got him the forefront of some people's minds. But Cormac McCarthy, if you are a fan of his writing and of his work, he is dead. So no more books, as I understand it, unless there's going to be some that'll be published posthumously. Alan, don't forget Rush and Triumph. I'm talking about singer-songwriters. I'm talking about solo artists. Yes, Neil Peart, fantastic lyricist. Amazing.
Boy, I love Shawn Mendes.
Do you?
Yeah, he overtook Justin Bieber as my favorite Canadian.
Not just favorite artist, favorite Canadian.
He's my favorite
More
Canadian.
than Drake, or you don't really like Drake?
Drake's okay, but he's not my favorite.
Is Shawn Mendes, is he still on hiatus from performing to get his mental health squared away?
I feel bad for him because he...
it sounds like it, the way you're laughing.
Because no one bought his last album. People don't... Yes, Shawn Mendes can sing his ass off, but I watched his documentary, and it was like no substance whatsoever. Like, yes.
That's so funny.
We know you can sing. There's a lot of people that can sing, but everyone... You're successful because of how attractive he is. He's 6'3", like brunette, body like a model, and face and voice of an angel. No one cares that he can sing.
But
that's half of it.
Your looks will only get you so far, though.
It'll get you pretty far.
You said his last album didn't sell. So much for being good looking. It's not like he got ugly.
Yeah, but people will watch him. He will be in movies. If his music career ends here, he will be fine because he can still model. He'll sell. He's the face of Tommy Hilfiger. He'll still sell us stuff, and they'll put him in movies, and you'll get some side butt or something. He'll be just fine. He doesn't need a music career.
That's so funny.
I feel bad for him. I feel like he doesn't get a moment to himself. All the women that just want to bang him, he's like, no.
What a problem to have.
I just want a night that I could just toss off by myself.
Poor, pitiful me.
Just want to be left alone.
Get these hoes off me.
Yeah, think about it. No matter how
he
many...
had that Camila Cabello. Oh, my God.
He left her for some 50-year-old doctor.
Foxy. Yeah.
I should hit her up. Is she single?
You should send her a message.
You should. Hey, Camilla, it's Billa.
I'm using that.
How'd you like to hang out? Alan, forget all the people who died. Today is Paul Lynde's birthday. The great Paul Lynde, who's been dead now for 40 years, but he's buried, he's from Bufu, Ohio. He's buried out near, whatchamacallit, between, Mansfield Way or something? Paul Lynde?
I don't know.
You remember Paul Lynde?
I know Paul Lynde, but I don't know where he's buried.
Oh, my God. The Hollywood Squares back in the day. I remember my grandma had a Hollywood Squares book. There was just zingers from the Hollywood Squares. And I used to just devour that thing. Loved Paul Lynde.
Give me a good Hollywood Squares zinger. Can you remember any?
Which star is it? Tom DeLuise.
Well, hold on. Let me find one here.
Corps de ballet. That's right. That's correct.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yes, up to the circle there. Okay, Pat.
Liz, I think Paul Lindeblock.
In what state was Abraham Lincoln born?
In what state? Well, like all of us, naked and screaming.
I guess that's what counted for humor back then, but, you know. He was a lifelong bachelor, Bill.
Yeah, I know.
Never found the right girl.
That's my goals now.
That's all right. With the next one, Eve, it's your turn. A spokesman recently revealed that Richard Nixon spends about 3/4 of his time doing something which he finds agonizing. What is he doing, Richard Nixon?
Reading obscene skywriting.
What?
Well, that's what passed for humor back then. Which is probably why I laughed at it so much as a young child reading. It was all G-rated. But of course, the high watermark being Paul Lynde on the, or Kiss rather, on the Paul Lynde Halloween special. You ever see that with Kiss? Because back in the day, Kiss would do anything. Because obviously they were trying to get the word out there. So in the 70s, Kiss was doing every goddamn thing. They're doing Kids Are People Too. They're doing the Paul Lynde friggin', Halloween special.
Scooby-Doo.
That would be nice, but where are the musicians?
Locked up in a little chamber. But I can summon them. Oh.
And then Kiss pretended to play their instruments for Paul Lynde. Kiss, of course, on their farewell run that'll bring them to Cleveland in October. But anyway, yes, Paul Lynde would have been 90-something today, I guess, if I were paying attention to that. Alan, my girlfriend is on her blood meridian right now.
Hey!
She's being mean.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah!
Girls love being mean.
Huh? They love being mean?
They do.
I read somewhere that their periods attract bears. The bears can smell the menstruation.
Maybe they just like being mean to you.
That would be anecdotal evidence, and I don't like that.
No, but we're talking about you.
No, we're not. We're just talking about
I am.
We're talking about girls being mean.
I've had plenty of girls be mean to me.
Yeah, see?
But I
That's
don't.
what I said.
I don't extrapolate it into girls like being mean.
I've never been mean to a
I've
man.
been told on a number of
You're the
occasions
meanest.
that I bring out, let me check my notes, the worst in people. That's a fun thing to be told. You bring out the worst in me. That must be why it's so hot.
Yeah, I don't play with that petty stuff. Like, being petty towards me.
Well, I don't consider that petty. I consider that honest.
Right, but
if you think I bring out the worst in you, we need to have a conversation. That would explain you trying to stab me in my kitchen, though.
I'm talking about in situations that I've been in where someone's like not trying to resolve something, but just trying to be mean or trying to be manipulative. I go, oh no, it's done now.
You mean at the tail end of a relationship?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know
It'll be
who
the-
that.
well,
But you
the-
know who that person is way before that.
Not always.
Not always.
You know
Not
what kind
always.
of girl you got.
No.
Just like you girls know what kind of man you got. You know.
I think that you're
You
giving
just get
people a
tired of
lot
put.
credit.
You get
Yeah.
tired of putting up with it. Everybody hits their breaking point, but you know.
Yeah, but you
No,
but you
I
see
don't
Yeah,
think
you
that
do.
you
You
see
always
it's-
do. Some people are really good at hiding who they are.
Yeah.
Like, really good at it. They're called sociopaths.
Yeah, but that also requires people to not pay very close attention.
I don't
either.
think a lot of people do, Alan.
Well, then that's on them.
If you're hanging out,
It's
you're
not on
having
the other person.
If you're having a good time and the sex is good,
This
and you
is
guys
what
get
I'm
drunk,
saying.
You're not
You
really
finally,
paying attention.
you finally start. That's exactly what I said. You finally start paying attention, and you get sick of it.
But
you
I'm
go,
saying-
oh, it's not that they didn't show you.
Combine
you
it.
ignored it.
Combine it with the other person hiding their bad traits or flaws.
Most
or
people are
pettiness.
not good actors at all. If you give them a modicum of attention, you can figure it out. Read a little bit between the lines. What do you guys say all the time? That D was so good, I ignored all the blah, blah, blah.
All right,
that's what I'm talking about.
Let's not say we all say all the time.
Mary and Poundcake say that all the time. And I've said it, sure, on a couple of occasions.
Wait, that goes for men too, where she's so hot or she's crazy in
Yeah,
bed.
Yes.
crazy putty.
That's right. But it's not that you didn't know. What do guys say? Crazy girls are great. Okay. I don't, that's not for me. Never dug crazy girls. But I understand what they mean when they say that. But then you can't say, I didn't know. Yeah, you did. You got tired of it. What's the old picture of the girl in the bikini? It says, no matter how friggin' hot she is, there's somebody somewhere who's tired of her shrimp.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Right, Bill, that's...
I feel like the last time we talked about that, it was the weather girl who had like a boyfriend who was a professional gamer.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was like, I can't believe he dumped her. She was so hot. And he was just like, nope,
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm sick of you.
Or the Alaskan reporter who was dating the mayor.
Yeah, but she was.
Bye. Have a great Friday, you motherfucker.
And he was cheating. So that's the.
They're both cheating.
They're both cheating, yeah.
She was married and he was married.
Oh.
He was lucky to get out alive. You can't bring out anything from somebody if it's not there, Chuck says. Right. Nobody else can create a part of you.
I disagree. What do you think gaslighting is? That's someone creating a reality that isn't there.
Yes,
which could make you act in a way that you had never thought about because this is a fake
If you
place we're living in.
but you have to identify somebody's soft spots to do that. And once you do that, you can push all the buttons you want, but you didn't create those buttons. You just have to identify them. You find somebody's soft spots, you can go to town on them. But you didn't create that person's insecurities, or that's why all kinds of people get caught up in stuff where they're like, oh my God, because that person, they preyed on your insecurities, but they didn't give them to you. They might exacerbate them.
Or, no, I disagree because I've been with people and then become insecure about things that I never was insecure about before. So, like, I was with a guy one time who really, really loved big butts. Like, that was it. And I was never insecure about my butt, right? I was a cheerleader. I had great legs. I had a nice butt.
Did he tell you that from the jump?
No, he would point it out when we were in public. Look at that girl's ass. Oh, my God, she has a great butt. Oh, Iggy Azalea has this fantastic ass.
Yeah.
And I was never insecure about my body until he pointed out that my body was not their body. Does that make sense? I liked the way that I looked.
Of course.
But because he was like, oh, you're not as good as these
So
girls.
did you split?
Well, eventually, but
Well,
not immediately.
okay, because you got sick of it.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, I did not leave him because he was making comments about my butt.
No, but among other things, you said that's like was that the first red flag?
Not at all.
Oh.
What I'm saying is that insecurity did not exist in me until he made it very apparent that he was unhappy with the way that I looked. And I was young enough that I was like, oh my God, I need to change how I look for this man.
Oh, he was starting to drop in comments to...
Like, oh, I wish your ass looked like hers.
I
or,
see.
I love it when girls are shaped like this, you know?
Well, that's just gross to say to somebody.
But that's what I'm saying is that insecurity, he didn't find that insecurity in me because it never existed until... I know nobody can, quote, make you feel insecure, but I never felt like I wasn't enough until he pointed that out.
Great ass!
Well, listen.
You know what's funny?
What?
That phrase, like, feeling like you're never enough, like, I've never felt that way.
You've never felt like you weren't good enough for somebody? Or they've never compared you to other people and made you feel like...
It's because guys like you and I, Bill, already hate ourselves.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be like,
oh, you think you're gonna pick on me more than I pick on me?
Well, it's
good luck.
It's not even that. Like, I know I wouldn't, like, if somebody like, oh, you wish you had the body like Chris Hemsworth. I'm like, yeah, that's a great body. But like,
I wish I did too.
Yeah, that would be. I get why you'd want that, but it would never be like. But obviously, that's all you want. Like, I don't.
But if they brought it up enough, you wouldn't start to feel like, hey. Stop saying that.
No, but if you're talking about that, you can look at Bill and see that he's not Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah.
So you know that from the jump. If that's an issue for you.
You might have to look closely.
That's right.
Well,
he might have to pull his shirt.
Yeah.
You know? 5 things about these pictures
I'm
are
a little bit shorter, so I mean, there's that.
The hair's different. It's, yeah. Okay. Alan, I've been known to go to town on somebody's soft spots. I get it.
Like the top of a baby's head? You
Yeah.
sicko?
Stop it.
That's what gays do. Munch butts and celebrate Halloween.
I've got a break. I want to get the last word in. Send me a text. 35192. Guardians off tonight, I think. Guardians, yes? Off? No?
9:40.
9:40, right. A little bit later on tonight. So we'll come back, wrap everything up. 35192, again, if you want to text.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart